Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. The idea for our camping trip came during a particularly grueling week in March 2023. I was 28, working 60-hour weeks at a marketing firm in Brooklyn that seemed to specialize in crushing souls rather than creating campaigns. My apartment walls were closing in on me, the constant noise of the city becoming an assault on my senses. It was during a rare Friday lunch with my longtime friends Simon Rodriguez and Edward Eddie Bennett that the suggestion materialized. We'd known each other since college, but adult life had reduced our friendship to sporadic text messages and occasional meetups. "I need to get out of this city before I completely lose it," I said, pushing away a half-eaten sandwich. "Just somewhere with trees instead of buildings, air that doesn't taste like exhaust." Simon looked up from his phone. "My cousin went camping at Harriman State Park last summer. Said it was quiet, lots of trails, not too many people if you know where to go." He showed us pictures of pristine lakes surrounded by dense forest, the kind of scenery that existed in sharp contrast to our concrete surroundings. Eddie nodded, his expression brightening. "I could use some distance from everything. Work's been insane." He was a software developer whose company had recently gone through layoffs, leaving him with the workload of 3 people. We spent the next hour plotting our escape. A weekend in early May when the weather would be mild, but before the summer crowds descended. Simon, always the most organized among us, volunteered to research campsites. Eddie would handle food and supplies, while I was tasked with transportation. The following weeks were a flurry of preparations, borrowing equipment, watching YouTube tutorials on setting up tents, and creating excessive shopping lists. None of us were experienced campers. Our idea of roughing it was a hotel without room service. But the prospect of disconnection from our daily lives fueled our enthusiasm. As the date approached, my anticipation grew. I'd catch myself staring out my office window at the sliver of sky visible between buildings, imagining stars unobscured by city lights. The trip represented more than a weekend getaway. It was a temporary liberation from responsibilities and expectations. The night before departure, I packed and repacked my bag, checking items against a list I'd compiled from various outdoor websites. The preparation felt therapeutic, each item representing a deliberate step away from my structured existence. That night, I dreamed of open spaces and silence. We left Brooklyn early Friday afternoon, my car loaded with far more supplies than 3 men could possibly need for a weekend. Traffic was heavy leaving the city, but gradually thinned as we moved away from urban sprawl. The conversation flowed easily, reminiscent of college road trips when our futures still seemed expansive and full of possibility. "Did you tell anyone exactly where we're going?" Eddie asked from the back seat, not looking up from his phone. "My girlfriend knows," Simon replied. "Sent her the coordinates and everything." I glanced at him. "Coordinates? I thought we were just heading to a regular campsite." Simon smiled, a hint of pride in his expression. "I found something better. There's this spot near one of the smaller lakes, way off the main trails. My cousin mentioned it. Almost nobody goes there because it's not on the official park maps." "Is that legal?" Eddie asked, finally looking up. "It's still park property," Simon assured us. "Just less trafficked. Trust me, it'll be worth it for the privacy." I should have questioned him further. Pushed for details about this unmarked location, but the idea of complete isolation appealed to me. So I nodded and followed his directions, turning onto increasingly narrow roads until pavement gave way to gravel, then dirt. The trees grew denser around us, branches creating a canopy that filtered the afternoon sunlight into dappled patterns across the windshield. By the time we reached the small clearing Simon had designated as our parking spot, shadows were lengthening across the forest floor. We unloaded the car in silence, each of us adjusting to the sudden absence of urban noise. The air smelled of pine and damp earth, a scent that existed only in memory for city dwellers like us. It's about a 20-minute hike to the lake, Simon said, hoisting his overpacked backpack. We should get moving if we want to set up before dark. The trail was barely visible, just a slight depression in the undergrowth that suggested occasional human traffic. As we walked, the forest seemed to close behind us, erasing our path and isolating us further from civilization. I remember thinking how easily we could become lost here, how completely we had removed ourselves from the world we knew. The lake appeared suddenly through the trees, a dark mirror reflecting the deepening blue of the sky. Its surface was perfectly still, undisturbed by wind or wildlife. Along its eastern shore, a small clearing offered enough flat ground for our tent. Simon had been right. It was beautiful, secluded, and entirely ours. "What did I tell you?" he said, dropping his pack. "Perfect, right?" I nodded, but found myself scanning the tree line, an inexplicable uneasiness settling in my stomach. The isolation that had seemed so appealing now felt excessive, absolute in a way I hadn't anticipated. There was no sign of other campers, no distant voices or smoke from fires, just us and the darkening forest. "Let's get set up," Eddie said, already unpacking the tent. "I don't want to be doing this by flashlight." We worked efficiently, securing the tent, gathering wood for a fire, and arranging our supplies. By the time darkness fell, we had created our temporary home, a small island of light in the expanding darkness. The fire crackled, pushing back the night and illuminating our faces as we ate simple sandwiches and opened the first beers of the trip. "To escape," Simon toasted, raising his bottle. "To nature," Eddie added. "To disconnection," I finished, though even as I said it, I felt a strange reluctance to fully embrace the sentiment. We talked late into the night, catching up on months of missed conversations, sharing work frustrations and relationship updates. The forest around us fell silent, except for the occasional rustle of nocturnal animals moving through undergrowth. When we finally crawled into the tent, exhaustion overtook me quickly, but my sleep was restless, interrupted by dreams of dark water and watching eyes. Morning brought clarity and renewed enthusiasm. The uneasiness of the previous evening dissipated with the mist rising from the lake surface. We ate breakfast, granola bars, and instant coffee while planning our day. Simon suggested exploring the surrounding area, perhaps finding a good fishing spot for later. Eddie was more interested in photographing the local flora, his new hobby evident in the expensive camera hanging from his neck. We set out around 10, following the lake's perimeter before cutting into the forest along what might have been an animal trail. The day was warming, sunlight filtering through the canopy and creating shifting patterns on the forest floor. Conversation was minimal as we walked, each of us absorbed in our surroundings, Eddie stopping frequently to photograph unusual fungi or flowers, Simon consulting his phone's GPS to track our position, me simply enjoying the absence of urban confinement. "Do you think there are bears out here?" Eddie asked after we'd been walking for about an hour. "Black bears, maybe," Simon replied, "but they generally avoid humans." "Generally," Eddie emphasized, looking around nervously. I laughed. "Relax. They're more scared of us than we are of them." "That's not particularly reassuring given how terrified I would be," Eddie muttered, but continued walking. The trail gradually became less defined, forcing us to navigate around fallen trees and dense underbrush. I was about to suggest turning back when the trees began to thin, revealing brightness ahead. We emerged into a clearing surrounding another lake, smaller than our campsite lake, perhaps 100 yards across at its widest point. "Is this on your map?" I asked Simon, who was frowning at his phone. "No," he admitted. "Signal's weak out here anyway." We would have moved on, continued our exploration elsewhere, if not for what stood near the southern shore, a structure so unexpected in this isolated setting that it momentarily froze us in place. It was a small wooden shack, weathered to the color of stone, its lone window empty of glass. The door hung partially open, swaying slightly, though there was no discernible breeze. Around it, the grass grew tall and wild, suggesting long abandonment, yet there was something deliberate about its placement, facing the lake as if in surveillance. "Someone's hunting cabin, maybe?" Eddie suggested, his voice lower than necessary. Simon shook his head. It's park land. Private structures aren't allowed. I stepped forward, drawn by curiosity, despite an instinctive aversion. Let's check it out. The others followed hesitantly as I approached the shack. Up close, the deterioration was more evident. Splintered boards, a sagging roof patched with what looked like flattened tin cans, green moss creeping up the northern wall. The door creaked as I pushed it fully open, releasing a wave of stale air that carried the scent of decay. Inside, darkness disguised details until our eyes adjusted. The space was single-roomed, perhaps 15 feet square, with dirt floor packed solid by years of footsteps. A wooden table dominated the center, its surface stained dark in irregular patterns. 2 chairs lay overturned in one corner, one missing a leg. The walls, bare except for rows of heavy iron hooks screwed directly into the wood, seemed to absorb what little light entered through the doorway and window. "This doesn't feel right," Eddie whispered, remaining near the entrance while Simon and I ventured further in. I ran my fingers across one of the stains on the table. It was dry, flaking slightly under my touch. "Old blood, maybe?" I suggested, thinking of hunters dressing kills. "There's so much of it," Simon observed, leaning closer. "More than you'd get from a deer or two." I moved to the wall, examining the hooks. They varied in size, the largest capable of supporting substantial weight. Some were bent, as if from strain. "What do you think they hung here?" Simon shrugged, but his expression had tightened. "Game, I guess, but what?" He gestured around the space. No other tools, no knives, no saws, nothing you'd use for processing meat, just the hooks. Eddie called from the doorway. "Can we go? This place feels wrong." I was inclined to agree, but found myself reluctant to leave without understanding the shack's purpose. Moving to the window, I pushed aside a tattered remnant of curtain. The view faced directly across the lake to the opposing shore, where the forest grew especially dense. Nothing remarkable, yet the window's positioning seemed intentional, like a watching post. "Guys," Simon called from outside. When had he left? "You need to see this." We joined him at the side of the shack, where he stood staring at the ground. His foot had caught on something partially buried, an edge of metal protruding from the soil, dull with corrosion but unmistakably worked by human hands. "What is it?" Eddie asked, crouching for a better look. "Help me dig it up," Simon replied, already scraping at the earth with a stick. I should have objected, suggested we leave whatever it was undisturbed, but curiosity overrode caution. Using sticks in our hands, we excavated around the object, gradually revealing its form. It took nearly 15 minutes of concentrated effort before we could fully assess our discovery. It was a helmet, or something helmet-like, made of heavy metal that might have been iron. Unlike any modern headgear, it rose to a pyramidal point and bore no padding inside. The front featured 2 cross-shaped slits where eyes would be, not the simple crosses of medical or religious symbolism, but uneven, jagged openings that suggested violent creation. The entire piece radiated an uncomfortable wrongness, from its excessive weight to its impractical design. "What the hell?" Eddie breathed, maintaining distance while Simon lifted it from its shallow grave. "Some kind of costume piece?" Simon suggested, turning it to examine all sides. "Medieval reenactment thing?" I shook my head, though I had no better explanation. "Why bury it?" Simon peered into the interior, then held it up to his face, aligning the slits with his eyes. "Can barely see through these. It's not practical for anything." "Don't," Eddie said sharply. "Don't put that thing on your head." Simon lowered it, looking annoyed. "I wasn't going to. It's filthy." But I caught the interest in his expression, the way his fingers traced the edges of the eye slits. "We should leave it," I said firmly. "Put it back where we found it." "Why?" Simon asked. "It's just some weird junk someone abandoned." "Then why bury it?" I countered. I don't like it. Let's go." Simon seemed ready to argue but conceded, placing the helmet on the ground beside its excavation site. "Fine. Probably tetanus waiting to happen anyway." We left the clearing without further exploration. Our initial enthusiasm for hiking diminished. The return journey felt longer, conversation sparse as each of us processed what we'd found. I kept thinking about those hooks on the wall, the stains on the table, and the buried helmet with its watching slits. None of it aligned with innocent explanations, yet alternatives seemed too fantastic to consider. Back at our campsite, the afternoon sun cast long shadows across the clearing. The familiar surroundings should have provided comfort after our unsettling discovery, but instead seemed newly threatening, as if the forest had revealed its true nature and could not return to benign scenery. "Let's not mention this to anyone," Simon said as we gathered wood for the evening fire. "They'd probably fine us for disturbing park property or something." Eddie and I nodded agreement, though I suspected our motives for silence differed. What troubled me wasn't fear of repercussion from park authorities, but something more primal. A sense that we had intruded where we shouldn't, discovered something deliberately hidden, and perhaps drawn attention we didn't want. Dinner was a subdued affair, pasta cooked on our portable stove, eaten mostly in silence as darkness consolidated around our campfire. Eventually, Eddie broached the subject we'd been avoiding. "So what do you think that helmet thing was really for?" Simon, who had been unusually quiet, shrugged. "Art project, maybe. Some student's weird sculpture they got tired of." "Then why bury it by an abandoned shack in the middle of nowhere?" I asked. "Why not just throw it away?" "Could be historical," Eddie suggested. "Some Revolutionary War thing or whatever." "It didn't look that old," I countered, "and it wasn't like any historical helmet I've ever seen." Simon poked at the fire, sending sparks spiraling upward. "Maybe it was some kind of ritual object." "Ritual?" Eddie repeated. "What kind of ritual involves a metal pyramid with cross eyes?" "I don't know. Cult stuff? There are weird people everywhere." The suggestion hung in the air, uncomfortably plausible. The isolation of the location, the specific design elements, the deliberate burial, it aligned with ceremonial intent more than practical use. "If it was some cult thing," I said slowly, "then that shack could have been where they met," Simon finished. "Those hooks on the walls could have held robes or symbols or whatever." "And the stains on the table?" Eddie asked, his voice tight. None of us answered immediately. The fire crackled in the silence, shadows dancing across our faces. "Animal sacrifice, maybe," Simon finally said. "Some groups do that." "That was a lot of blood for animals," I noted. The memory of those stains, extensive, darkened with age, but still visibly significant, sent an involuntary tremor through me. "We're speculating," Eddie said firmly. "It's probably nothing sinister. Some hunter's cabin that fell into disuse, and the helmet is just, I don't know, someone's idea of a joke." We agreed to this more comfortable interpretation, allowing conversation to drift to other topics. Work projects awaiting us back in the city, movies we wanted to see, plans for the summer. But the discussion felt forced, our attention divided between present company and absent explanations. As the fire burned down to embers, Simon stood abruptly. "I'm going for a walk." "Now?" Eddie asked incredulously. "It's pitch black out there." Simon held up his flashlight. "Not completely. I just need some air." "Where are you going?" I asked, though I already suspected. "Nowhere special, just around." But his avoidance of eye contact confirmed my suspicion. "You're going back for the helmet, aren't you?" He hesitated, then nodded. "I want another look at it. In private." "That's insane," Eddie protested. "It's got to be at least an hour's walk in the dark. Less if I take a direct route. I marked it on my phone." Simon was already gathering his jacket. "Don't wait up. I might be a while." Neither Eddie nor I tried to dissuade him further. Perhaps we should have, considering what followed, but at the time it seemed merely an extension of Simon's typical stubbornness. He disappeared into the darkness beyond our fire's glow, the beam of his flashlight visible through the trees for several minutes before vanishing entirely. Eddie and I remained by the dying fire, occasionally adding small branches to maintain minimal illumination. Neither spoke for a long time, the forest's nighttime symphony filling the silence. Distant owl calls, the rustle of small creatures in underbrush, the creaking of branches in slight wind. "He's always been like this," Eddie eventually said. "Remember sophomore year when he got obsessed with that abandoned psychiatric hospital?" Went back 3 times until security caught him. I nodded, recalling Simon's photographs of decaying corridors and rusted equipment. He likes mysteries. This doesn't feel the same, Eddie murmured, staring into the embers. That helmet. Did you notice how the metal seemed different in spots? Like it had been repaired or added to over time? I hadn't noticed, but now the observation seemed significant. You think it's old? Actually historical? Maybe parts of it. The base could be ancient, with modifications. He poked at the fire, sending up a small flurry of sparks. I've read about artifacts being used across generations, each group adding their own elements while preserving the original purpose. What purpose do you think it served? I asked, though I wasn't certain I wanted an answer. Eddie was silent for a long moment. I remained by the fire a while longer, watching as it subsided to glowing coals. The forest seemed more alert around me, the darkness more conscious. I told myself it was merely heightened awareness following our discovery, but couldn't shake the sensation of being observed from beyond the firelight's boundary. When I finally entered the tent, Eddie was already in his sleeping bag, facing away. I settled into my own, using my jacket as an additional pillow, and closed my eyes. Sleep came fitfully, interrupted by every sound from the surrounding forest, each snap of a twig or rustle of leaves penetrating my consciousness with significance beyond its source. I must have eventually drifted into deeper sleep, because the next thing I was aware of was Eddie shaking my shoulder urgently. "He's back," he whispered. "Something's wrong." I fumbled for my flashlight, checking my watch and its beam. Nearly 3 hours had passed since Simon's departure. Outside the tent, I could hear movement, irregular footsteps circling our campsite. "Simon," I called, unzipping the tent flap. "You okay?" The footsteps stopped. My flashlight beam caught him standing at the edge of our clearing, face obscured by shadow. He remained motionless, unresponsive to the light or my voice. "Simon?" I tried again, climbing out of the tent. Eddie followed close behind, his own light joining mine to illuminate our friend. Simon's appearance was alarming, clothing disheveled and marked with dirt, hands scratched and bleeding slightly. But most disturbing was his expression, blank yet somehow strained, as if witnessing something beyond our perception. "Did you get the helmet?" Eddie asked cautiously. Simon nodded slowly. "Found it. Held it." "Where is it now?" I moved closer, concerned by his labored breathing. "Threw it away, into the trees." His voice was flat, devoid of inflection. It was looking at me, through me. "What do you mean?" Eddie pressed. Simon shook his head, then abruptly sat on the ground, head in his hands. "I put it on, just for a second, just to see." A heavy silence followed this admission, broken only by the distant call of a night bird. "And?" I finally prompted. Simon looked up, his eyes reflecting our flashlight beams in a way that momentarily made them appear as cross-shaped slits. I saw differently, like looking through someone else's eyes, someone who's been here a very long time. Eddie and I exchanged glances, unsure how to respond to this cryptic statement. "You were probably just disoriented," I suggested. "It was dark, and that thing was heavy. Probably threw off your balance." Simon's laugh was hollow. "Sure, that must be it." He stood, swaying slightly. "I'm going to sleep now." He brushed past us into the tent without further explanation, leaving Eddie and me standing in the darkness, flashlights illuminating nothing of consequence. "Should we be worried?" Eddie whispered. I didn't have an answer that felt honest yet reassuring, so I simply shrugged. "Let's get some sleep. He'll be more coherent in the morning." But as we returned to our sleeping bags, I couldn't dismiss the vacant quality of Simon's gaze, so at odds with his typically animated expressions. Whatever he had experienced, whether merely psychological suggestion or something more inexplicable, had affected him profoundly. Sleep eluded me for the remainder of the night. I lay awake, listening to Simon's uneven breathing and occasional murmurs. Once, I was certain I heard him whisper, "They're still using it," though the context remained unclear and he offered no clarification when I quietly asked what he meant. Dawn arrived with welcome relief, pale light filtering through the tent fabric. Eddie was already awake, I realized, his eyes open and watchful. Simon slept fitfully, his face contorted in expressions that alternated between distress and something like reverence. "We should leave," Eddie whispered, meeting my gaze. "Today, as soon as he wakes up." I nodded agreement, already mentally packing our supplies and plotting the fastest route back to the car. Whatever had begun with our discovery of the shack and helmet, I wanted no further part in its development. Simon woke as we were preparing breakfast, emerging from the tent looking exhausted but more like himself. The strange vacancy had left his expression, replaced by evident embarrassment. "About last night," he began, accepting a cup of instant coffee. "I got a bit freaked out, I guess." "What happened out there?" I asked, keeping my tone casual despite genuine concern. He stared into his cup. "I found the helmet where we left it. Nobody had moved it or anything, and I wanted to know what it felt like, to wear it." He paused, frowning. "It was heavier than I expected, and the inside had these ridges or something, like it was meant to fit against specific points on the skull." Eddie glanced at me before asking, "Did you see anything when you put it on? You mentioned seeing differently." Simon's hand trembled slightly, coffee sloshing in his cup. "It's hard to explain. It was like looking at the same world but noticing completely different things. Details I wouldn't normally pay attention to suddenly seemed important. Patterns in the bark of trees, the specific way shadows fell." He shook his head. "And there was this sense of antiquity. Like I was experiencing the forest through accumulated centuries of observation." "That's intense," I said, unsure how to interpret his description. "It scared me," Simon admitted. "I threw it as far as I could and ran. Probably looked like a complete idiot." "We were thinking about heading back today," Eddie interjected. "I've got a work thing tomorrow I should prepare for." Simon looked relieved at the change of subject. "Yeah, that's fine. I could use a real shower anyway." We packed methodically, dismantling our campsite with unspoken urgency. None of us suggested a final hike or exploration. The forest had lost its appeal, transformed from retreat to threat by our discoveries and Simon's experience. The walk back to the car was tense, each of us scanning the surroundings for what? I couldn't articulate what I feared we might encounter, yet found myself flinching at every unexpected sound. Simon led our single-file procession, his earlier enthusiasm for the wilderness notably absent. Eddie repeatedly checked his phone, though signal remained non-existent until we approached the parking area. Loading the car provided momentary relief, a return to the familiar, to technology and connection. As I turned the key in the ignition, Eddie's phone chimed with incoming messages, the notifications a welcome reminder of ordinary life awaiting our return. The drive back toward the main road was silent until Simon, sitting beside me, suddenly grabbed my arm. "Stop the car." I braked instinctively, startled by his intensity. What is it?" Simon was staring out the passenger window, his face drained of color. "Back there. Did you see it?" Eddie leaned forward from the back seat. "See what?" "A flash of metal. In the trees." Simon's voice had dropped to a whisper. "I think it followed us." I put the car in reverse, preparing to investigate, when Eddie reached between the seats to grasp my shoulder. "Don't," he said firmly. "Let's just go." Simon continued staring into the forest, transfixed. "It wants to be found again, used again." "You threw it away," I reminded him, putting the car back in drive. "If there's anything out there, it's just sunlight reflecting off something else." He didn't respond, but remained rigid beside me as we resumed our journey. The tension in the car was palpable as we navigated the narrow dirt road, each bump and curve requiring concentration that at least distracted from speculation. When we finally reached paved road, the atmosphere lightened perceptibly. Eddie started describing a television show he'd been watching, deliberately mundane conversation that slowly drew Simon back to engagement. By the time we merged onto the highway, discussion had turned to where we might stop for lunch. normality reasserting itself with each mile between us and Harriman State Park. We ate at a roadside diner, the bright fluorescent lighting and background chatter of other patrons providing comforting contrast to the isolation of our campsite. Simon seemed increasingly himself, even joking about his freak out, as he called it, attributing his experience to exhaustion and an overactive imagination. I was always the kid who saw monsters in closets, he admitted over coffee. Guess some things don't change. Eddie nodded sympathetically. The power of suggestion. We find a creepy shack, a weird helmet, and suddenly everything becomes part of some horror story we're telling ourselves. I wanted to agree, to embrace this rational dismissal of our uneasiness, but found myself remembering details that defied easy explanation: the precision of the cross-shaped slits in the helmet, the methodical arrangement of hooks in the shack, the heaviness of the metal that seemed excessive for mere ceremonial use. Maybe, I conceded, unwilling to prolong the discussion. Either way, I'm ready to get back to city noise and light pollution. The remainder of our drive passed uneventfully. We reached Brooklyn by early evening, first dropping Eddie at his apartment, then continuing to Simon's place. As he gathered his belongings from the trunk, I found myself reluctant to part without addressing what felt like unfinished business. "Simon," I began, "about what happened out there." "It's fine," he interrupted, not meeting my eyes. Like Eddie said, power of suggestion. I let my imagination run wild. "Right," I agreed, though uncertainty lingered. "But if you want to talk about it more..." "I don't." His tone was sharper than necessary. Seeing my expression, he softened. "Sorry, I'm just tired. Let's grab drinks next weekend, okay? Process the whole great outdoors experiment." I nodded, watching as he entered his building without a backward glance. Driving home to my own apartment, I tried to focus on practical matters: unpacking, laundry, preparing for the work week ahead. But fragments of our experience continued to intrude. The dark stains, the cross-shaped slits, Simon's vacant expression as he described seeing through someone else's eyes. That night, showered and settled in my own bed, I should have slept soundly. Instead, I stared at the ceiling, replaying events and considering alternatives to the explanation we'd collectively chosen: that we had discovered nothing more sinister than an abandoned hunting cabin and someone's discarded art project or historical reproduction. What if the shack had served purposes beyond legitimate hunting? What if the helmet, with its impractical design and deliberate burial, was more than decorative or educational? What if Simon had experienced something genuine during those moments when the helmet covered his eyes? These questions circled without resolution as metropolitan sounds filtered through my window: car horns, distant sirens, the persistent hum of a city that never fully rests. Eventually, exhaustion claimed me, but my dreams were filled with dark water and watching eyes, indistinct figures moving among trees, and the sensation of metal against skin, reshaping perception through antiquated apertures. The following days resumed their familiar rhythm: morning commutes, office politics, evening takeout while scrolling through streaming options. I texted both Simon and Eddie, suggesting we meet for those promised drinks, but received only non-committal responses about busy schedules and deadlines. A week passed, then two. I called Simon on a Friday evening, concerned by his continued avoidance, but the call went directly to voicemail. His text response came hours later. "Sorry, swamped with work. Rain check on those drinks?" Eddie was similarly distant, though he at least offered concrete excuses: a project deadline, a family visit, a minor illness. I found myself increasingly isolated with memories that seemed to intensify rather than fade with time. Details I hadn't consciously registered emerged in reflection: the specific pattern of hooks on the shack walls, arranged in what might have been deliberate formation rather than random placement; the weight of the helmet, disproportionate even for iron; the precision of the cross slits, too exact for crude tools, yet irregularly shaped in a way modern methods wouldn't produce. 3 weeks after our return, I dreamed of the helmet. In this dream, I walked through familiar Brooklyn streets that gradually transformed into forest pathways. The urban landscape thinned until I stood before the lake where we'd found the shack. But the structure was different now, larger, more solid, its door wide open an invitation. Inside, figures moved in shadow, their forms indistinct except for what covered their heads, identical metal helmets with cross-shaped eye slits, glinting in non-existent light. I woke gasping, tangled in sweat-damp sheets, the dream's imagery lingering with unusual clarity. Checking my phone, 3:17 a.m., I found 3 missed calls from Simon. No messages, just calls made at intervals throughout the night. The most recent was only 20 minutes earlier. I returned the call immediately, unnerved by this break in his silence at such an hour. He answered on the first ring, his voice tight with what might have been fear or excitement. "I need to show you something," he said without preamble. "Can you come over now?" "It's the middle of the night," I protested, though already reaching for clothes. "Is everything okay?" "Just come, please." He hung up before I could extract more information. The streets were relatively empty as I drove to his apartment, the city momentarily subdued in pre-dawn hours. Simon buzzed me in without speaking through the intercom, and I found his door slightly ajar when I reached his floor. Inside, the apartment was dimly lit by a single lamp in the living room. Simon sat on the couch, hunched over his laptop, the screen's glow illuminating his face in harsh contrast. He'd lost weight since our camping trip, his features sharper, eyes more deeply set. He didn't look up as I entered. "What's going on?" I asked, closing the door behind me. "It's almost 4 in the morning." "I've been researching," he said, still focused on the screen. "About the area where we camped, the specific location." I moved closer, noting scattered printouts and books open on his coffee table. "And?" "There's history there. Not in regular records, but if you know where to look." He finally met my gaze, his eyes feverish. "That smaller lake isn't on official park maps for a reason." "What reason?" He gestured me closer, turning the laptop so I could see the screen. It displayed an archival newspaper article from 1937, the headline partially visible, "Ritual Site Discovered After Disappearances." "There were investigations," Simon continued, scrolling through other saved articles. "In the 30s, then again in the 60s, and once more in the 90s. Each time, hikers or campers went missing. Each time, authorities found evidence of gatherings at that lake." I skimmed the visible text, catching phrases like occult symbolism and ceremonial artifacts recovered. My mouth went dry. This could be anywhere. How do you know it's the same place? In answer, Simon opened a folder of images, enlarging one that showed a black and white photograph of a small wooden structure beside a lake. Though the image quality was poor, the resemblance to our discovered shack was unmistakable. "This was taken in 1938 during the investigation," he explained. "They found the shack but couldn't determine who built it or what it was used for specifically, just that it contained evidence of ritualistic activity." "And the helmet?" I asked, dreading the answer. Simon hesitated. "No specific mention, but there are descriptions of metal artifacts recovered from the site." "Ceremonial headpieces is the term used in one report." "Simon, why are you looking into this now? We agreed to leave it behind us." He laughed, a sound devoid of humor. "Leave it behind?" I tried, but it doesn't work that way. He tapped his temple. "It's here now. I see through those slits even when I'm awake. Patterns, connections, history unfolding in layers." Alarm spread through me as I fully registered his appearance. Not just weight loss, but a fundamental alteration in his demeanor, a new intensity that bordered on mania. "Have you been sleeping? Eating?" "Those are distractions," he dismissed. "I'm close to understanding what it was for, what they were trying to achieve. The group that used the helmets, they called themselves the Watchers of Voids. They believed in creating apertures between perceived reality and underlying truth." "This sounds like delusion," I said carefully. "Maybe we should call someone, get you some help." His expression hardened. "I'm not delusional. I'm seeing clearly for the first time." He reached beneath the couch and withdrew an object wrapped in cloth. "I went back. Last weekend. Alone." I stepped backward as he began unwrapping the bundle, already certain of its contents. The metal gleamed in the low light, the pyramidal shape unmistakable despite what appeared to be recent cleaning. The cross-shaped eye slits seemed to evaluate me independently of Simon's gaze. "You said you threw it away," I whispered. "I did, but it wanted to be found again." He held it reverently, fingers tracing its edges. "It called to me. Every night since we left, getting louder until I couldn't ignore it anymore." "Simon, this isn't healthy. Whatever you think that thing is—" "It's a key," he interrupted, looking not at me but through the helmet's slits. "A key to perception, to understanding what exists beyond conventional awareness." "Put it down," I urged, reaching for my phone. "I'm calling Eddie. We need to get you some help." Simon's movement was startlingly swift. He grabbed my wrist, preventing me from retrieving my phone. "Eddie won't understand either. He's already blocked my calls." His grip was painful, fingernails digging into my skin. "But you could understand, if you tried it on, just once." "No." I pulled away, genuinely frightened now by the desperation in his expression. "This needs to stop. That thing is affecting your mind somehow." "Yes," he agreed, smiling slightly. "That's its purpose. To affect the mind, to reshape perception." He extended the helmet toward me. "Just look through the slits. You don't even have to put it on fully." I backed toward the door. "Simon, listen to yourself. You sound obsessed. Dangerous." His smile faded. "You're afraid. I understand. I was too at first." He lowered the helmet, cradling it against his chest. "Go then, but remember what I've shown you. When you start seeing differently, and you will, come back. I'll be waiting." I fled his apartment without further discussion, his final words pursuing me down the hallway. "It finds those who need to see." Driving home through streets now brightening with dawn, I called Eddie repeatedly until he finally answered, voice thick with sleep. "What time is it? What's wrong?" "It's Simon," I explained, recounting the night's disturbing encounter. "He went back for the helmet. He's become obsessed with it, researching some cult that supposedly used that area for rituals." Eddie was silent for so long I thought we'd lost connection. Finally, he sighed. "I was afraid of this. He's been sending me emails, pages of research about ceremonial objects and altered states of consciousness." "We need to help him," I insisted. "This goes beyond eccentricity. He's not well." "I know a therapist," Eddie offered. "Someone who specializes in obsessive behaviors. I can reach out, but—" He paused. "Simon would have to want help. From what you're describing, he's convinced himself he's discovered something profound." "It's that helmet," I said, remembering Simon's fevered expression as he cradled it. "Whatever it is, wherever it came from, it's having some kind of psychological effect on him. Or he's having a breakdown and fixating on the helmet as an outlet," Eddie countered. "Either way, we should try to get it away from him." We agreed to meet later that day to discuss intervention options. But when we arrived at Simon's apartment that evening, he didn't answer our knocks or calls. His neighbor reported seeing him leave early that morning with a backpack, mentioning a research trip when asked where he was headed. "He's gone back to the park," I realized, showing Eddie the archival photos I'd seen on Simon's laptop. "To that lake." Eddie shook his head. "We can't just go chasing after him. If he's having some kind of psychological episode, we're not equipped to handle it ourselves. We should call the police, report him missing." "And tell them what? That our friend found an ancient helmet that's making him hallucinate cult connections?" I ran a hand through my hair, frustrated. "They'd dismiss it as drug use or mental illness." "Maybe because that's what it is," Eddie suggested gently. I couldn't fully disagree, yet couldn't shake the conviction that something more complex was occurring, something connected to that isolated lake and its history of disappearances. The rational explanation was indeed that Simon was experiencing mental health issues triggered or exacerbated by our discovery. But rationality seemed increasingly inadequate in the face of accumulating peculiarities. "Give him 48 hours, Eddie finally proposed. "If we haven't heard from him by then, we file a missing persons report. In the meantime, I'll reach out to his girlfriend, his workplace, see if anyone else has been in contact." I reluctantly agreed, though anxiety persisted as we parted ways. That night, alone in my apartment, I found myself examining my own memories of the helmet. Had it really been as unusual as I recalled? Were the cross-shaped slits actually precise, or had imagination enhanced their distinctiveness? Was the metal truly exceptionally heavy, or had the effort of excavation merely made it seem so? Doubt crept in, eroding certainty. Perhaps we had found nothing more than an abandoned prop or historical reproduction. Perhaps Simon's fascination was merely manifestation of underlying psychological issues. Perhaps everything had a rational explanation that required no reference to cults or ceremonial artifacts. Yet when I closed my eyes, I could see the helmet with perfect clarity, every pit in the metal, every angle of its pyramidal shape, the exact configuration of those watching slits. The image remained more vivid than seemed natural for a brief encounter weeks earlier. Sleep, when it finally came, brought dreams of standing at the edge of the small lake, its surface now black as oil, reflecting nothing. On the opposite shore, figures moved in and out of the shack, each wearing an identical helmet. One figure turned toward me across the water, cross slits focusing on my position. It raised a hand in greeting or beckoning, the gesture somehow familiar despite the obscured identity. I woke knowing it had been Simon in my dream, transformed by whatever process the helmet facilitated. And despite rational objection, I understood with inexplicable certainty that he had returned to Harriman State Park not as a visitor, but as an initiate. Simon never returned from his research trip. We filed the missing persons report as planned, initiating a search that discovered his car parked at the same trailhead we had used weeks earlier. Rangers and volunteers combed the surrounding forest for days, finding no trace beyond a few footprints that disappeared near our former campsite. I participated in the search, guiding a team toward the smaller lake where we had found the shack, but when we arrived at the coordinates I provided, we discovered only a clearing, no structure, no evidence of recent habitation, not even foundation stones to suggest previous construction. The rangers noted the location wasn't on their maps and seemed skeptical of my insistence that a shack had stood there just weeks ago. Landmarks can be confusing in the forest, one suggested kindly. Everything looks similar among the trees. I knew I wasn't mistaken about the location. The lake's shape, the surrounding vegetation, the specific arrangement of boulders along the shore, all matched my memory. Only the shack was missing, as if it had never existed. The official search was suspended after 2 weeks. Simon's disappearance was classified as a probable wilderness accident, his name added to the park's missing persons registry alongside others who had ventured into the forest and never emerged. His girlfriend collected his belongings from his apartment. His parents held a memorial service I attended with Eddie, both of us offering sanitized versions of our camping trip when asked about our last interactions with Simon. We never mentioned the helmet or the shack to authorities. That omission haunts me still, the guilty knowledge that we withheld information potentially crucial to understanding what happened. But how could we have explained? What officer or investigator would have pursued leads about ceremonial headgear and perception-altering cults without dismissing us as delusional or intoxicated? Eddie and I drifted apart in the months following Simon's disappearance. He seemed determined to distance himself from the entire experience, refusing to discuss it when I made attempts. Eventually, he left New York entirely, taking a job in Seattle without a farewell beyond a brief email notification of his departure. I remained unable to fully disengage from what had occurred. During the day, I functioned adequately, attending meetings, completing projects, maintaining professional appearances. But evenings and weekends became dedicated to research, my apartment gradually transforming into an echo of Simon's on that final night. Walls covered with printouts, books stacked on every surface, laptop perpetually open to obscure historical archives and folklore collections. I learned about the Watchers of Voids, tracing references through esoteric texts and private collections accessed through increasingly questionable means. They appeared in scattered records dating back to the early 1700s in North America, though some sources suggested European origins centuries earlier. Never numerous, they operated in isolated groups focused on specific locations, convergence points in their terminology, where perception could be altered through proper preparation and tools. The helmets featured prominently in these accounts, described as apertures or frameworks that restructured vision according to needed parameters. Their design evolved over time but maintained consistent elements: pyramidal shape, significant weight, and openings that restricted and redirected sight. The cross-shaped slits were a later innovation, first appearing in descriptions from the mid-1800s. What remained unclear was their purpose. Some accounts portrayed the watchers as seekers of forbidden knowledge, others as protectors guarding against intrusion from exterior awareness. Their activities at convergence points involved observation more than action, prolonged periods of simply watching through their specialized headgear, perceiving what remained invisible to conventional sight. The specific location in Harriman State Park appeared in multiple records, though never by name. Descriptions matched the small lake we had discovered, referencing a structure that served as anchor point for their activities. The disappearances Simon had discovered weren't isolated incidents, but patterns repeated across decades. People who ventured too close to convergence points during active periods, who encountered artifacts like the helmet, who began to perceive differently. 2 years passed in this obsessive research, my social connections atrophying as I withdrew further into investigation. I changed jobs twice, each time accepting positions with less responsibility and interaction, prioritizing flexibility for my private pursuits. My apartment became something between archive and shrine, dominated by the accumulated evidence of something I still couldn't fully articulate or comprehend. I made no attempts to return to Harriman State Park. Fear outweighed curiosity, not fear of disappearing as Simon had, but fear of finding confirmation of my increasingly outlandish theories. As long as I maintained distance, I preserved ambiguity that allowed for rational explanations: mental illness, shared delusion, coincidence, and confabulation. Then came the package. It arrived without postal markings or return address, simply appearing outside my apartment door one morning. Inside was a small notebook, its cover water-damaged, but contents intact. I recognized the handwriting immediately, Simon's distinctive scrawl, though altered by evident haste in later entries. The journal documented his return to the park, his rediscovery of the helmet where he claimed to have discarded it, and his subsequent integration process at the lake. The entries became increasingly disjointed, interspersed with diagrams of the helmet's interior and sketches of the shack from various angles, annotated with measurements and alignments to astronomical positions. The final pages described what Simon called transition, a process of extended perception through the helmet that eventually rendered the tool itself unnecessary. His writing became almost incomprehensible, referencing folded awareness and perpendicular observation, without adequate context for understanding. The final entry, dated 3 months after his disappearance, contained only one coherent statement: the watchers require balance. One departs, one arrives. Your turn approaches. Enclosed with the journal was a detailed map, marked with coordinates different from our original camping location. Deeper in the park, in an area marked as restricted on official maps. A date was circled: 3 days from when I received the package. I should have destroyed the journal, reported the package to authorities investigating Simon's disappearance, sought professional help for what was clearly deteriorating mental health on my part. Instead, I packed essential supplies, took a week's leave from work, and drove toward Harriman State Park as instructed. The restricted area was accessible only through unmaintained trails, requiring hours of difficult hiking through increasingly dense forest. I followed Simon's map precisely, eventually emerging at the edge of a ravine, unlike anything I'd seen in my previous visit. At its bottom, a narrow stream flowed between moss-covered stones. The opposite slope rose steeply, crowned by what appeared to be standing stones, arranged in rough, circular formation. As I descended the ravine, I noticed further details: symbols carved into trees, small cairns positioned at regular intervals, evidence of deliberate arrangement within the natural setting. The stream water ran clear but reflected nothing, its surface absorbing rather than returning light. Climbing the opposite slope required careful navigation across slippery rocks and exposed roots. By the time I reached the standing stones, afternoon light was fading, shadows extending across the formation. Up close, the stones revealed additional carvings, geometric patterns, similar to those I'd seen in historical records attributed to the Watchers. Within the circle lay a metal object, its surface dulled by exposure but unmistakable in shape and design. Not Simon's helmet. This one appeared older, its pyramid more acute, its cross slits narrower and precisely vertical. Beside it sat a sealed container and a final message in Simon's handwriting. Perception reshapes reality. Reality conforms to perception. The circle continues. Your arrival balances my departure. Watch carefully. Inside the container was a small book, handwritten instructions for proper use of the helmet, authored by multiple hands over apparent decades. The final entry was Simon's, detailing refinements to the activation process based on his experience. I stood in the stone circle as darkness gathered, holding the helmet and contemplating choices that seemed simultaneously inevitable and impossible. The rational portion of my mind screamed warnings about psychological manipulation, shared psychosis, potential dangers of isolation, and obsession. Yet another awareness recognized pattern and purpose in what had unfolded since our discovery at the lake, a process of selection and preparation I had unwittingly completed. Around me, the forest grew still. Even wind seemed to pause, creating unnatural silence broken only by my breathing. The helmet in my hands grew heavier, its metal warming against my skin despite the cooling air. The cross slits appeared to align with my vision, even as I held it away from my face, creating a framework through which the surrounding stones appeared altered, their positions revealing geometric relationships invisible from normal perspective. I made my decision as the first stars appeared above the clearing, not from curiosity or compulsion, but from recognition that perception shapes understanding more than we acknowledge. If reality consists of what we collectively agree to observe, then alternative observation frameworks offer access to aspects otherwise inaccessible. What I saw when I finally placed the helmet on my head, what I continue to see now, years later, having long since discarded the physical apparatus while retaining its perceptual adjustments, defies description in conventional terms. Not another world, but this one viewed through perpendicular awareness. Not mysterious creatures, but existence perceived along axes previously unavailable to consciousness. I never returned to my apartment or former life. Like Simon before me, I recognized the impossibility of reintegration after fundamental perceptual adjustment. Unlike him, I maintained limited contact with conventional existence, sending this account as others have before me, not as warning or recruitment, but as documentation of transitions that occur beyond general awareness. The Watchers continue their observation at convergence points throughout the world. We maintain our stations not through supernatural means, but through sustained alternative perception. We watch not for intrusion or intervention, but for connection and continuation. And occasionally, when balance requires, we leave our helmets for others to find, not as trap or trick, but as invitation to those already predisposed to different seeing. If you discover such an artifact, in Harriman State Park or elsewhere, understand that it represents choice rather than destiny. Perception reshapes reality only for those willing to relinquish conventional frameworks. The helmet transforms nothing except awareness itself, which transforms everything else in sequence. Watch carefully. The choice remains yours. I had always found solace in the wilderness. Something about disconnecting from civilization and testing my endurance against the raw elements restored my perspective. May 2023 marked 5 years since my divorce, and I needed space to reflect. The Olympic National Forest in Washington seemed the perfect retreat, dense, challenging, and far from the digital noise of my everyday life. My companions were 2 dogs, Jackson, a sturdy German Shepherd mix who had been with me for 7 years, and Penny, a small but spirited dachshund who had joined our pack more recently. They were experienced trail dogs, particularly Jackson, who had accompanied me on dozens of wilderness excursions. The trip was meticulously planned. I had mapped a 6-day route that would take us deep into the less traveled sections of the park, culminating in a high-elevation meadow I'd read about but never visited. My backpack contained lightweight camping gear, dehydrated meals, first aid supplies, and emergency equipment. In a side pocket, secured in a waterproof holster, was my .40 caliber handgun, a precaution I'd never needed but always carried in remote areas. The first 3 days unfolded exactly as planned. We hiked 8 to 10 miles daily, navigating dense forests and rocky outcroppings. The May weather was cooperative. Cool mornings that warmed to comfortable hiking temperatures by midday, with only one brief afternoon shower. Wildlife sightings were normal: deer, marmots, and once a black bear that quickly retreated upon noticing our presence. By the 4th day, we had traveled approximately 20 miles from the nearest access road. The terrain had become increasingly challenging, with steep ascents that tested my endurance and caused me to pause frequently to catch my breath. Jackson ranged ahead on the trail while Penny stayed closer, occasionally needing to be carried over difficult sections. "We're almost there," I told them as we climbed the final ridge, more for my benefit than theirs. The sun hung low in the western sky, casting long shadows through the thinning tree line. According to my GPS, our destination, a high meadow at approximately 7,000 feet elevation, lay just beyond the next rise. When we crested the ridge, the promised meadow spread before us, bathed in the golden light of approaching sunset. A natural clearing surrounded by stunted pines and bordered on one side by a steep, densely wooded hillside. A small stream trickled along the meadow's edge, providing a convenient water source. The isolation was complete. No human structures visible, no trails beyond the one we'd followed. No sounds but the whisper of wind through pine needles and the distant call of birds preparing to roost. I felt a profound sense of achievement. This was why I undertook these journeys, to reach places that required effort, places where few people ventured. I removed my heavy pack, rolled my shoulders to relieve the pressure, and surveyed what would be our home for the night. Perfect timing, I murmured to myself as I checked my watch. 7:38 p.m. We had about an hour of usable daylight remaining, just enough time to establish camp and prepare for the night ahead. The process of setting up camp followed my usual efficient routine. I selected a flat area at the meadow's center, distant enough from the trees to avoid falling branches, yet close enough to retreat to the forest edge if weather turned. My ultralight tent emerged from its compression sack, poles snapping into position with practiced movements. Jackson wandered the perimeter of the meadow, occasionally disappearing into the underbrush and reappearing moments later, his typical behavior when exploring new territory. Penny stayed closer, nosing around the immediate area of our campsite, tracking whatever small creatures had recently passed. While securing the tent stakes, I remembered the small notebook I always carried to document these trips. I paused to record our location, the date, May 18th, 2023, and a brief description of the site. As I wrote, I noted that Jackson's behavior had changed. Rather than his methodical exploration, he had positioned himself at the edge of the meadow closest to the steep, wooded hillside. His posture was alert, tail raised, ears forward. Initially, I dismissed it. Jackson was sensitive to wildlife, deer, rabbits, the occasional marmot. This stance usually indicated curiosity rather than alarm. I continued preparing camp, unrolling my sleeping bag inside the tent and organizing cooking equipment. When I glanced up again, Jackson remained in the same position, but now he was barking, not his excited, playful bark, but something more restrained, almost hesitant. It registered as unusual enough to warrant investigation. Securing the remaining gear, I walked toward him. "What is it, boy?" He didn't acknowledge me, his attention fixed on the wooded hillside rising steeply beyond the meadow's edge. The trees there were predominantly pine and spruce, growing densely on ground that angled sharply upward. The underbrush was thick, limiting visibility beyond the first few yards of forest. As I approached, I recalled a detail from the previous day's hike that had seemed insignificant at the time. At a trail junction marked by a stack of stones, a common wilderness waymarker, I had noticed a small piece of paper partially tucked beneath one of the rocks. Most hikers would recognize this as the wilderness equivalent of a community bulletin board where important information might be shared with those who followed. The note had been written in pencil on what appeared to be a torn corner of a topographic map. It read, "Problem bear in high meadow area, harassed campers 5:15, Exercise caution. It wasn't signed, nor did it specify exactly which meadow, but the date indicated it was recent. Furthermore, earlier that day I had crossed an area of soft earth where clear tracks were visible, the distinctive round prints with pad marks and no claw impressions, characteristic of a mountain lion. They weren't fresh, perhaps a day or two old, but they confirmed the presence of a predator in the vicinity. These recollections intensified my concern about Jackson's behavior. Wild predators typically avoided humans, but exceptions existed. Bears habituated to human food, mountain lions driven by unusual circumstances to consider humans as potential prey. Both scenarios were rare but known to occur. "Jackson, come," I commanded, wanting him closer as I assessed the situation. He obeyed reluctantly, moving to my side but maintaining his vigilant stare toward the hillside. His low whine expressed an anxiety I rarely witnessed in him. I scanned the forested slope carefully but detected no movement, no unusual sounds beyond the normal evening forest ambience. Still, Jackson's behavior demanded respect. Animals often perceive threats before humans do, their senses attuned to subtleties we miss. The sunlight was fading rapidly now, casting long shadows across the meadow. I needed to complete two essential tasks before darkness fell completely: securing our food supply against wildlife and collecting water for the night and morning. The food required hanging, standard procedure in bear country. A properly suspended food bag, at least 12 feet high and 6 feet from any tree trunk, was the most reliable non-firearm defense against curious bears. The problem was evident. The only trees suitable for hanging a bear bag were those on the hillside that had triggered Jackson's concern. "Stay," I instructed both dogs, retrieving my food supplies and a length of paracord from my pack. I would need to venture into the area that had provoked Jackson's reaction. Whatever wildlife might be present, I needed to secure our food or risk a problematic nighttime encounter. I gathered my headlamp, knife, and bear spray. After brief hesitation, I also retrieved my handgun from its holster, securing it in my waistband. If I encountered a predator at close range on the steep terrain, the spray might be insufficient. With a deep breath to steady myself, I moved toward the hillside, aware that the approaching darkness made this task increasingly urgent. Jackson watched my departure with visible agitation, his whining intensifying as I approached the forest edge. The transition from open meadow to dense forest was abrupt. One moment I stood in the golden evening light. The next, I moved through filtered shadows beneath a canopy of needled branches. The ground immediately began its sharp upward pitch, forcing me to lean forward and grab at tree trunks for balance. The slope was steeper than it had appeared from the meadow, 45 degrees or more in places, requiring careful foot placement to avoid slipping on the carpet of pine needles. I switched on my headlamp, though enough ambient light remained that the beam added little clarity. Behind me, Jackson had begun barking again, more insistently now. I glanced back and saw him at the forest edge, pacing anxiously but respecting my command to stay. Further back, Penny had positioned herself at the tent entrance, her smaller form barely visible in the diminishing light. "It's okay," I called back, more to reassure myself than the dogs. The rational part of my mind said this was routine. Just find a suitable tree, hang the food bag, return to camp. The primitive part registered warning signals: unfamiliar territory, approaching darkness, an anxious animal companion. I continued upward, moving from tree to tree, using each trunk as an anchor point before ascending another few feet. After climbing approximately 100 feet up the slope, I identified a suitable arrangement: a sturdy horizontal branch extending from a mature pine, positioned such that a bag hung from it would meet all the criteria for bear safety. As I prepared to throw the cord over the branch, a sound froze me in place: the unmistakable rustling of movement in the underbrush, perhaps 50 feet further up the slope. Not the light scurrying of a small animal, but something substantial enough to disturb multiple branches. Something large. Jackson's reaction was immediate and dramatic. His barking transformed from anxious alerting to aggressive defense, deep, threatening sounds interspersed with snarls. I had heard this vocalization only once before, when a trespasser had attempted to enter my backyard at night. The adrenaline surge was immediate and overwhelming. My heart rate doubled in seconds, pounding so forcefully I could feel it in my throat. My breathing became shallow and rapid as primitive survival mechanisms engaged. Tunnel vision set in, my awareness constricting to the direction of the sound, the position of my dog, and the precarious nature of my footing on the steep slope. Logical analysis flashed through my mind in fragments. If this was the problem bear mentioned in the note, Jackson would likely charge if it approached, a confrontation he couldn't survive. If I needed to descend quickly, the steep slope presented serious risk. A fall could mean tumbling onto the boulder field visible at the forest edge. My gear was divided between what I carried and what remained at the campsite, limiting my options. Penny's frantic barking had now joined Jackson's, creating a duet of canine alarm. She should have been secured in the tent, but apparently had managed to exit somehow. The situation was deteriorating rapidly, multiple threats converging. Unknown wildlife, approaching darkness, separated from my camp, dogs at risk. I called to Jackson, my voice coming out higher and tighter than intended. "Jackson, come." To my relief, he responded, retreating to my position and pressing against my legs as I braced my back against a tree trunk. His body trembled with tension, but his presence provided both comfort and complication. I felt less isolated, but now had his safety to consider as well as my own. In my panicked state, I had forgotten the most obvious resource available. My free hand flew to my forehead, accidentally striking harder than intended in my haste to activate the headlamp I was already wearing. The sharp pain briefly cleared my mental fog. Light flooded the slope before me, cutting through the gathering darkness. I directed the beam upward, slowly scanning the area where I had heard the movement. I expected to see the reflective eyeshine of an animal, the characteristic glow produced when light strikes the tapetum lucidum in a predator's eyes. Nothing reflected back. No eyes, no movement, just the static arrangement of trees, underbrush, and rocks. Yet I remained certain that something substantial had moved there moments before. Jackson's continued tension confirmed my perception. I remained frozen, unable to retreat due to the treacherous footing, unwilling to continue upward toward the unidentified threat. At this impasse, Jackson suddenly lunged forward, breaking away from me with a ferocity I had never witnessed. He charged about 15 feet up the slope, teeth bared, snarling aggressively, not pursuing, but making a display of territorial defense. His movement triggered a response. Something shifted at the ridgeline where the forest met the evening sky, something that broke the natural contour of the horizon. I directed my light toward the movement, focusing the beam on a shape that didn't match the surrounding vegetation. What I saw caused a sensation beyond fear, a total cessation of thought, a moment where my cognitive functions simply stopped. Approximately 75 feet up the slope, partially concealed among the trees, crouched a human figure. Not a hiker, not a park ranger, not anyone with legitimate reason to be in this remote location at dusk. The figure wore what appeared to be improvised camouflage, not commercial hunting gear, but layers of tattered fabric that mimicked the forest colors, supplemented with attached branches and vegetation that broke up the human silhouette. Most disturbing was the face, visible beneath a hood-like covering, smeared with what appeared to be mud or ash in irregular patterns that disrupted normal facial features. I couldn't distinguish eyes in the shadowed recesses of the face, but I felt with absolute certainty that our gazes had locked. There was awareness in that faceless stare, calculation, and intent. Time dilated in that moment of recognition. Seconds stretched as we regarded each other across the distance. No words were exchanged. No movement occurred. Just mutual awareness, predator and prey assessing one another. Except I couldn't determine which role I occupied in this encounter. My mind raced through possibilities, each more alarming than the last. A hunter illegally poaching in a national forest, a fugitive hiding from authorities, a disturbed individual who had retreated from society. None explained the elaborate camouflage, the deliberate concealment, the silent observation of my campsite. Penny's frantic barking at the campsite broke the paralysis that had gripped me. The practical concerns reasserted themselves. Darkness was nearly complete. I stood on dangerous terrain, and I needed to return to my campsite immediately. With deliberate movements, I began backing down the slope, maintaining visual contact with the figure while negotiating the treacherous footing. Jackson reluctantly retreated with me, continuing to growl but responding to my quiet command to heel. Each time I moved between trees, using them as anchors on the steep descent, I paused to scan the area where I had seen the figure. I wanted to establish clearly that I had detected their presence, that any element of surprise had been lost. Sometimes I glimpsed movement. Other times the figure seemed to have vanished, only to reappear slightly relocated when I adjusted my position. The descent required intense concentration. One misplaced foot could send me tumbling down the remaining slope onto the rocks below. Each step was a careful negotiation between speed and safety, urgency and precision. When I finally reached the bottom of the slope, the boulder field that marked the transition between forest and meadow, my legs were trembling from both exertion and continued adrenaline. I took a moment to scan the hillside one final time, confirming that the figure remained visible. Still watching, still motionless, except for minimal repositioning. I turned toward my campsite, expecting to see Penny still barking at the tent entrance. Instead, I found her circling the area, tail extended rigidly, a posture indicating high alertation rather than fear. She no longer barked, but emitted a continuous low growl. As I approached, the source of her distress became apparent. The tent door, which I had securely zipped closed before departing, now gaped open. The zipper pulls, which I distinctly remembered positioning at the top of the tent door to prevent exactly this kind of canine escape, were now at the bottom of the opening. The implications were immediate and chilling. Either Penny possessed dexterity and intelligence far beyond what she had previously demonstrated, or someone had opened the tent during my brief absence on the hillside. Given the figure I had just encountered, the latter seemed far more probable. The thought that someone had approached my campsite while I was distracted, perhaps even entered my tent, triggered a new wave of panic. Had there been two people? Had the movement on the hillside been a deliberate distraction? Anger briefly overwhelmed fear. The violation of my space, the endangerment of my dogs, the psychological torment of being observed and manipulated. Acting on this surge of emotion, I retrieved my handgun, aimed skyward away from the hillside, and fired a single shot. The report echoed across the meadow, reverberating off the surrounding terrain. It was a primitive communication. I am armed. I am aware. I will defend myself. In the moment after the gunshot, silence descended. Even the natural forest sounds, the insects, the distant birds, the rustling leaves seemed temporarily suspended. Into this vacuum, I spoke aloud to no one and everyone. I see you. Leave us alone. The remaining daylight disappeared rapidly after that confrontation. I stood motionless beside my tent, scanning the perimeter of the meadow, paying particular attention to the hillside where I had seen the figure. Nothing moved except the gentle swaying of branches in the evening breeze. The food bag remained in my possession, the bear hanging procedure abandoned in the face of more immediate concerns. This created a new problem: unsecured food in an area known to have bear activity. Under normal circumstances, this would be unacceptable, potentially dangerous. But these circumstances had transcended normal risk assessment. I made a rapid decision. Rather than remaining in the vulnerable tent as planned, I would create a more defensible position. Working quickly in the fading light, I relocated my sleeping bag and essential gear to a position between two large boulders at the meadow's edge. The natural stone formation created a partial enclosure with only one open side to monitor. Jackson and Penny stayed close as I worked, both unusually subdued. Jackson continued to watch the forest edge, particularly the hillside, but his aggressive barking had ceased. He seemed to have shifted from alarm to vigilance, understanding that quiet observation now served better than noisy confrontation. I placed the food bag, securely closed and sealed in an odor-proof container, several yards from our position, hoping that if it did attract wildlife, the activity would serve as an early warning system. My handgun remained within immediate reach, the holster unbuckled for quick access. As full darkness enveloped the meadow, I switched off my headlamp. Better to preserve my night vision and avoid providing an illuminated target. The night was clear, with a waxing gibbous moon providing sufficient light to distinguish shapes and movement across the open terrain, though the forest edges remained impenetrably dark. I leaned back against the cool stone, dogs pressed against me for warmth and reassurance. The temperature dropped rapidly at this elevation, and I pulled a thermal blanket around all three of us. The familiar weight and warmth of the animals provided some comfort, but sleep was impossible. Every rustle of leaves, every subtle shift in the nocturnal sounds registered as a potential threat. My mind struggled to process the encounter. Who would be in this remote location, camouflaged and observing? What were their intentions? The possibilities ranged from merely unsettling to genuinely sinister. A socially awkward nature enthusiast with poor boundaries who meant no harm but behaved inappropriately, a survivalist practicing extreme isolation techniques who resented intrusion into their territory, someone with predatory intent who targeted isolated hikers. The last possibility was most disturbing but couldn't be dismissed. The figure had been watching before I noticed. How long, I couldn't determine. They had likely observed me setting up camp, noted my routines, perhaps even tracked me on previous days of hiking. The open tent suggested not just observation but active interference when opportunity arose. Hours passed in this hyper-vigilant state. Occasionally I dozed briefly, jolting awake at any change in the dog's posture or breathing. Around what I estimated to be midnight, Jackson suddenly stiffened, his attention fixed on the forest edge. I followed his gaze but detected nothing unusual. Minutes later, a sound reached us, branches breaking, perhaps 200 yards into the forest, followed by what might have been a voice, too distant to distinguish words. I reached for the gun, aiming toward the sounds, but nothing emerged from the darkness. The remainder of the night passed in this tense cycle, momentary sounds or movements triggering heightened alertness, followed by extended periods of straining to detect anything unusual in the darkness. By the time pre-dawn light began to illuminate the eastern sky, exhaustion had settled deep in my body. As visibility improved, I conducted a careful survey of the meadow and visible forest edges. Nothing appeared disturbed. The tent remained as I had left it. The food container sat undisturbed where I had placed it. Despite the apparent normality, a decision had formed during the sleepless night. We would depart immediately. The planned exploration of the high country would be abandoned. Safety required returning to populated areas as quickly as possible. First light found me already packing. The usual methodical organization of gear was replaced by hasty stuffing of equipment into my backpack. Only essential items were retrieved from the tent. The rest was abandoned. Weight and speed were now the primary considerations. The tent itself I decided to leave behind. Returning to it, even briefly, felt unsafe, and its absence from my pack would lighten my load considerably. The sleeping bag, cooking equipment, and food supply were the priorities. Everything else was expendable. Jackson and Penny sensed the urgency, remaining close rather than exploring as they typically would during morning camp activities. I distributed food for them, more than their usual portion to sustain energy for the long hike ahead, and replenished their collapsible water bowls while I consulted my topographic map. The return journey presented challenges. The trail we had ascended covered approximately 20 miles from the nearest access road, normally a 2-day hike under optimal conditions. Given our current situation, traveling after dark seemed unwise, suggesting at least one night would need to be spent on the trail. An alternative route existed, following a different descent path that intersected with a more heavily traveled trail after about 16 miles. This would lead to a campground that, according to my information, sometimes hosted other hikers even in the off-season. The prospect of encountering others provided some comfort, though reaching this destination would require sustained, rapid hiking throughout the day. Decision made, I completed final preparations. Water bottles filled from the stream, map secured in its waterproof case, handgun loaded and holstered within easy reach. With a last glance at the abandoned tent, a bright manufactured object incongruous against the natural landscape, I shouldered my pack and directed the dogs toward the trail. The first hours of hiking passed in tense silence. The downhill trajectory assisted our pace, but required careful footing to avoid injury. I maintained constant awareness of our surroundings, frequently pausing to listen and observe, particularly the path behind us. Jackson adopted a new pattern, ranging behind rather than ahead, frequently stopping to look and listen in the direction we had come. By midday, we had covered approximately 8 miles. The physical exertion had partially displaced the previous night's fear with the more immediate sensations of muscle fatigue and hunger. We paused briefly beside a small cascade where the trail crossed a stream. I distributed trail mix for myself and additional food for the dogs, then refilled our water supplies. During this rest, I conducted another careful survey of our surroundings. The forest here was typical Pacific Northwest old growth, towering Douglas firs and western hemlocks creating a high canopy with understory vegetation of ferns and berry bushes. Visibility extended perhaps 30 yards in most directions before the tree trunks created an effective visual barrier. Nothing appeared unusual, yet I couldn't shake the sensation of being observed. Jackson, too, remained unusually alert, his rest punctuated by frequent raising of his head to scan our back trail. Penny, less perceptive or perhaps simply more exhausted, had curled up on my pack and appeared to be genuinely resting. The remainder of the day's hiking continued this pattern, steady progress interrupted by frequent checks of our surroundings and the trail behind us. By late afternoon, fatigue had become a significant factor. My pace had slowed despite best efforts, and even Jackson showed signs of exhaustion, tongue lolling, steps less precise. Penny had been carried in my arms for the past hour, adding to my burden. According to my map and GPS, we had covered approximately 14 miles, an impressive distance given the terrain, but short of the 16 required to reach the more popular trail junction and potential camping companions. As sunlight began to fade between the trees, I faced another difficult decision. Continue hiking in diminishing light with exhausted bodies, or establish camp in a location I had not planned for and face another night of potential vulnerability. The decision was effectively made for me when we rounded a bend in the trail, and I spotted a small clearing approximately 50 yards ahead, adjacent to the trail. More significantly, I glimpsed what appeared to be the orange glow of a campfire and the outlines of tents. Other hikers. Relief flooded through me. Even if they were strangers, their presence represented safety in numbers. I quickened my pace despite protesting muscles, eager to reach this unexpected sanctuary. As we approached the clearing, I called out, standard wilderness etiquette to avoid startling other campers. "Hello, the camp. Hiker coming in?" The response was immediate and welcoming. "Hey there, come on in." The campsite contained 2 tents and a properly constructed fire ring where 3 people, 2 men and a woman in their 30s or early 40s, sat on portable camp chairs. Standard backpacking equipment was neatly arranged around the site. Nothing about the scene suggested anything other than experienced outdoor enthusiasts enjoying a wilderness trip. "Rough day?" one of the men asked as I entered the clearing, noting my disheveled appearance and the dog's obvious exhaustion. "You could say that," I replied, dropping my pack with a heaviness that communicated more than words. The hikers introduced themselves as William, Gregory, and Joanna, a trio of friends from Portland who made annual pilgrimages to different sections of the Olympic Range. They had established camp several hours earlier and were planning a layover day tomorrow to explore surrounding areas before continuing their journey. They graciously invited me to share their fire and campsite. I established my minimal camp some distance from theirs, close enough for conversation but maintaining space for the dogs to settle. Jackson collapsed immediately upon release from trail duty, sprawling near my sleeping bag with uncharacteristic disregard for his surroundings. Penny curled against him, equally depleted. As I prepared a simple meal from my provisions, William approached with a steaming cup. "Thought you might want some actual coffee instead of that instant stuff," he offered, extending the cup. "You look like you've had a rough time." The simple kindness nearly undid my composure. I accepted with murmured thanks, the aromatic steam a reminder of civilized comforts that had seemed distant during the previous night's vigil. "Long day's hike?" he inquired, settling onto a fallen log nearby. "That and a bad night before," I replied, sipping the coffee. The warmth spread through my chest, thawing something frozen inside. "I'm coming down from the High Meadow camp." William's expression shifted subtly. Up by Alpine Ridge? The one that sits about 7,000 feet? I nodded, noting his reaction. You know it? We were planning to head up there day after tomorrow, he said, glancing back toward his companions. Any reason we shouldn't? The question opened a floodgate. Words poured out as I described the previous day's events. The dog's unusual behavior, the figure on the hillside, the open tent, the night spent watching and listening. I described the camouflaged figure in detail, emphasizing the deliberate nature of the observation and the unsettling implications. As I spoke, Gregory and Joanna drifted over, drawn by the intensity in my voice. Their reactions progressed from initial skepticism to growing concern as the details accumulated. You're certain it was a person? Gregory asked. Not a misidentified animal or shadow? Absolutely certain, I replied. We made eye contact. He, I'm assuming male based on size and build, was wearing some kind of homemade ghillie suit. The face was covered in mud or ash and patterns. Deliberate camouflage. And the tent was definitely opened while you were away? Joanna asked. Without question. I specifically remember placing the zipper pulls at the top of the door. When I returned, they were at the bottom. Penny couldn't have done that herself. A silence fell over the group as they processed the information. William finally broke it, his voice lowered, though there was no one else to overhear. We've been hiking this region for years, he said. There are stories, things people have reported, but that never make official records. Hikers feeling watched, equipment moved or tampered with. A few actual sightings similar to what you described. Gregory nodded. Rangers tend to dismiss these reports. No evidence, no official investigation. But the stories persist. Have you heard anything specific about the high meadow? I asked. William and Gregory exchanged glances. Joanna answered. 2 years ago, a solo hiker was found dead at the base of that same ridge, she said. The official report listed it as an accidental fall. He was an experienced outdoorsman in good physical condition. People who knew him questioned whether he would have made the kind of mistake that led to that fall. And last year, Gregory added, a woman disappeared in the same general area. Her body was found 3 weeks later. The cause of death was officially ruled as homicide, blunt force trauma to the head. No suspects were ever identified. The information confirmed my worst fears, while simultaneously validating my decision to flee the area. What I had encountered wasn't an isolated incident or misinterpreted natural phenomenon. It represented a genuine threat that had already claimed lives. We're obviously changing our plans, William said, gesturing toward his companions. First light tomorrow, we're heading back to the trailhead with you. The decision was unanimous and unquestioned. Whatever their original hiking objectives had been, they were now secondary to safety concerns. The 4 of us would travel together, returning to civilization by the most direct route possible. As darkness settled over the campsite, we established a watch rotation. Despite the relative safety of numbers, none of us felt comfortable sleeping unguarded. I took the first shift, sitting beside the dying embers of the fire with Jackson at my feet, watching the perimeter of our small clearing fade into the surrounding darkness. For the first time since the encounter, surrounded by capable companions and with a clear plan for returning to safety, I allowed exhaustion to surface. When my watch ended and Gregory took over, I settled into my sleeping bag and fell immediately into dreamless sleep. The return journey with William, Gregory, and Joanna was uneventful. We maintained a brisk pace, reached the trailhead by mid-afternoon of the following day, and parted with exchanges of contact information and promises to share any relevant information about the incident. Their presence had transformed what might have been a continued ordeal into something manageable, a concerning experience to be processed rather than an immediate threat to survive. The drive home provided time for reflection. The initial shock and fear had subsided, replaced by a more analytical consideration of what had occurred. The encounter itself was disturbing, but ultimately ambiguous. Observation without direct threat, proximity without contact. What elevated it beyond mere unpleasantness was the context provided by William and Joanna. the history of suspicious incidents in the same location, the documented fatalities that might be connected. Upon returning home, I immediately reported the incident to the National Park Service. The ranger who took my statement was professional but noticeably reserved when I described the camouflaged figure. He asked appropriate questions about the location, timing, and details of what I had observed, but his demeanor suggested skepticism about my interpretation of events. "We'll certainly look into this," he assured me in a tone that implied the opposite. It might have been another hiker testing wilderness survival techniques. There are groups that practice primitive skills in the national forests. At dusk, in a remote location wearing improvised camouflage and watching a stranger's campsite, I countered, and potentially entering my tent while I was absent. He shrugged slightly. "Without evidence, it's difficult to pursue, but we appreciate the report and will add it to our awareness of the area." The dismissive response was frustrating but not surprising. Without physical evidence or corroborating witnesses, my experience remained anecdotal, serious to me but insubstantial to official channels. Unwilling to let the matter rest, I turned to alternative sources of information. Online forums for Pacific Northwest hikers yielded scattered reports with unsettling similarities to my experience. A post from 3 years earlier described a solo hiker's sense of being watched throughout a 2-day trip in the same region, culminating in finding boot prints around his tent that didn't match his own footwear. Another account detailed a couple's decision to abandon their campsite after observing a person in unusual clothing watching from the trees who disappeared when approached. Most disturbing was a report from approximately 4 years earlier in which a hiker described finding an improvised shelter deep in the Olympic wilderness, containing collected items apparently taken from other hikers, water bottles of different brands, various equipment pieces, even personal items like a journal and photographs. None of these accounts had resulted in official investigation or confirmation. Like my own experience, they existed in a gray area. Not definitively supernatural or paranormal, but outside the parameters of normal wilderness encounters. The most substantive information came from newspaper archives. The incidents Gregory and Joanna had mentioned were documented in local publications. 2 years earlier, Russell Weber, 42, an experienced mountaineer, had indeed been found dead at the base of a cliff approximately half a mile from the meadow where I had camped. The coroner had ruled the death accidental, resulting from a fall of approximately 30 feet onto rocky terrain. More recently, Valerie Hernandez, 37, had disappeared during a solo photography expedition in the same region. Her remains were discovered 3 weeks later in a ravine, several miles from her last known location. The cause of death was confirmed as blunt force trauma to the skull. The case remained open but inactive, with no identified suspects. These confirmed cases transformed my perspective on the encounter. What might have been dismissed as an unsettling but ultimately harmless interaction now carried more sinister implications. The figure I had observed might be connected to actual harm that had come to others in the same wilderness area. I forwarded my compiled research to William, Gregory, and Joanna, who responded with additional information they had gathered through their own connections in the hiking community. A pattern emerged of unreported or minimally investigated incidents spanning at least 5 years, all within a roughly 20-mile radius that included the high meadow where I had camped. Joanna, who worked as a data analyst, created a visualization mapping these incidents against terrain features. The resulting pattern suggested a central area of activity with radiating paths along major trails, consistent with someone operating from a fixed location but monitoring a larger territory. Armed with this more comprehensive documentation, I made a second report, this time to the county sheriff's department rather than the Park Service. The detective who received the information displayed greater interest, particularly in the compiled pattern of incidents. "We can't allocate resources based solely on reported feelings of being watched," he explained. "But the clustering of confirmed incidents combined with multiple similar reports does warrant attention. I'll coordinate with the Park Service to increase patrols in the identified areas during the upcoming season." It wasn't a full investigation, but it represented acknowledgement, official recognition that something beyond normal wilderness hazards might be present in that remote section of forest. In the months since that encounter, I've continued hiking, but with modified practices. I no longer travel solo in remote areas. My routes are shared in advance with multiple contacts, with scheduled check-ins. I carry enhanced communication equipment, including a satellite messenger with emergency functions. Jackson and Penny still accompany me, though our adventures now typically involve more popular trails where the presence of other hikers is likely. Jackson occasionally still displays the alertness I witnessed that evening, staring intently into forests with raised hackles. But these moments are brief and might simply reflect normal canine awareness of wildlife. The meadow where I encountered the watching figure remains uninvestigated by officials. According to online trail reports, hikers occasionally camp there without incident. Perhaps what I experienced was isolated, a rare interaction with someone who normally remains undetected in the wilderness. Or perhaps they've simply become more cautious about when and where they reveal themselves. I don't expect resolution or confirmation. Wilderness areas, by definition, exist beyond the boundaries of consistent human presence and oversight. They contain spaces where unusual circumstances can develop unobserved, where individuals can operate under principles and motivations that diverge from societal norms. This uncertainty is precisely what makes the experience continue to disturb me. Not knowing whether what I encountered was merely unusual or actively malevolent, not knowing if the figure observed other hikers before or after me, not knowing if the deaths connected to that area were tragic accidents or deliberate acts. What remains certain is the sensation that lodged permanently in my awareness during those moments on the hillside, the visceral recognition that I was being watched by someone who did not wish to be seen, and the immediate understanding that this represented a fundamental violation of the wilderness contract. Nature might be indifferent to human presence, might present inherent dangers, but it does not observe with intent. Only another human brings that particular quality of attention, and sometimes that attention harbors purpose beyond simple observation. I still dream of that faceless figure sometimes, half hidden among the trees as darkness gathered. In the dreams, unlike reality, I call out, ask why they watch, what they want. The figure never answers, but simply retreats further into the forest, always maintaining that same careful distance, close enough to observe, far enough to vanish if pursued. Perhaps that lingering uncertainty is the true nature of horror, not the confirmed presence of danger, but the persistent inability to determine whether danger exists, and if so, what form it might take. The forest holds many secrets. Some are simply waiting to be discovered. Others actively resist discovery, retreating deeper into shadow when approached. I no longer seek those secrets. The Olympic wilderness remains beautiful, worth experiencing, worth protecting. But now I move through it differently, with awareness that not all observers are benign, and not all watching eyes belong to the natural world. The floatplane's engine faded into the distance, leaving me in a silence so profound it felt like pressure against my eardrums. Standing on the wooden dock extending into Sitka Lake, I watched until the aircraft was nothing more than a speck against the vast Alaskan sky. My new home, a weathered ranger cabin nestled between ancient spruce trees, waited behind me, while the jagged peaks of the Chugach Mountains loomed on the horizon. My name is Anunyak, meaning hunter in Inupiaq. It's not my birth name, but one I adopted when I first came to Alaska 5 years ago. The locals found it fitting for a park ranger who spent more time tracking wildlife than sitting behind a desk. Now I stood at the edge of Denali National Park's most remote outpost, 200 miles from the nearest town, tasked with monitoring wildlife activity and rescuing the occasional lost hiker. I shouldered my pack and trudged up the narrow path to the cabin. The isolation had appealed to me when I applied for the position. After losing my partner in a climbing accident in Yosemite, I craved distance from people and their sympathetic glances. Here, with nothing but wilderness stretching in every direction, I could focus solely on survival. The cabin's interior was Spartan, a wood stove, desk, cot, and shelves stocked with essentials. Radio equipment occupied one corner, my lifeline to civilization. The previous ranger, Aaron, had left abruptly mid-season. The Park Service remained vague about his departure, mentioning only personal reasons. His field journal sat open on the desk, the last entry dated just 3 weeks earlier. I flipped through the pages, scanning Aaron's meticulous notes on wolf migrations, bear sightings, and weather patterns. His handwriting grew increasingly jagged in the final entries. The last page contained a single sentence. It watches from the tree line. Night fell quickly. I stoked the wood stove and settled in with a cup of coffee, listening to the forest sounds. Wind through pine needles, an owl's distant call, the occasional rustle of underbrush, normal wilderness ambience until a sharp crack echoed from the darkness. Too heavy for deer, too deliberate for a falling branch. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped onto the porch, sweeping the beam across the tree line. Nothing moved in the thick shadows between trunks. As I turned to go back inside, I caught a glimpse of something pale among the trees, taller than a man, motionless. I focused my light directly on the spot, but found only darkness. The forest had fallen completely silent. Sleep came fitfully that night. I dreamed of being watched by eyes I couldn't see. The next morning, I hiked the perimeter of my assigned area, familiarizing myself with the terrain. The pristine landscape stretched endlessly, dense forest giving way to alpine meadows, rocky outcrops, and hidden valleys. Tracks in the soft earth told stories of moose, wolves, and bears, creatures I'd been trained to monitor and occasionally protect hikers from. Near a small creek, I found something unusual. A partial footprint pressed into the mud. Larger than any human foot with no boot tread pattern. Wider than a bear paw with distinct toe impressions. I photographed it, made a plaster cast, and marked the location on my map. Probably a deformed bear track, I reasoned, though something about it felt wrong. That evening, I radioed headquarters with my standard check-in. "How's the isolation treating you?" asked Rivera, my supervisor. "Just fine. Quick question. Did Aaron mention anything unusual before leaving? Wildlife behavior? Strange tracks?" A pause. "Nothing specific." "Why do you ask?" I described the footprint. "Probably bear," Rivera said quickly. "Listen, about the North Ridge Trail, there's a group of hikers overdue. 3 people supposed to check in yesterday. Could you do a sweep tomorrow?" The conversation shifted to search protocols, but Rivera's hasty dismissal of my question lingered. After signing off, I returned to Aaron's journal, reading more carefully. Between routine observations, he'd noted unusual incidents, strange noises at night, damaged equipment with no explanation, a persistent feeling of being watched, entries I'd initially dismissed as the ramblings of someone succumbing to isolation. Outside, the wind picked up, driving rain against the windows. Through the downpour came a sound that froze me in place, a long, mournful howl, neither wolf nor human, echoing across the lake. It rose in pitch before abruptly cutting off. I waited for it to repeat, but only the rain answered. The hiker's trail took me north the next day, climbing toward higher elevations. Fog clung to the mountaintops, reducing visibility to mere yards in places. I called periodically, my voice swallowed by the mist. After 4 hours of hiking, I found a campsite. Tent collapsed, supplies scattered, signs of hasty departure. No blood, no struggle, just abandonment. Gathering what equipment I could, I followed their new trail, erratic, heading off-path into denser forest. They'd been running from something. I found them huddled in a natural rock shelter, soaked and terrified. 2 men and a woman in their 30s, experienced outdoors people, according to their permits. The woman, Kai, had a sprained ankle. Miles, the taller man, clutched a hunting knife with white knuckles. The third, Beck, stared vacantly into the distance. "Thank God," Miles said when he spotted me. "We need to get out of here, now." "What happened?" I asked, checking Kai's ankle. They exchanged glances. "You wouldn't believe us," Beck said. "Try me." Miles lowered his voice. "We were setting up camp when we heard movement in the trees. Thought it was a bear. I grabbed the bear spray, flashlight. Whatever it was, it stood up, tall, 7, 8 feet at least, covered in dark hair. Grizzly, I suggested. No. Kai's voice was firm. It had arms, long arms, a face, almost human, but not. It watched us for maybe 30 seconds, then it started screaming. We ran, Beck continued. It followed for a while, then stopped. But we could hear it calling all night. I kept my expression neutral while fashioning a splint for Kai. The description matched countless Bigfoot stories, stories I'd always dismissed as campfire tales. But their fear was real. Let's get you down to the cabin, I said. Radio for evacuation tomorrow. The journey back was tense, every snapping twig causing them to flinch. I scanned the woods constantly, seeing nothing unusual until we neared the lake. At the water's edge, partially obscured by rushes, stood an arrangement of stones, deliberately placed in a rough circle with larger rocks at cardinal points. At the center lay a fresh moose leg, cleanly severed from the body. Don't look at it, Miles whispered. It makes offerings. I hurried them past. The cabin appeared unmolested, but something felt different. Inside, I found muddy prints crossing the floor, enormous, 5-toed, the same as the track I'd cast. They led to the desk where Aaron's journal lay open, now to a different page than I'd left it. While the hikers huddled by the stove, I radioed headquarters. Rivera promised a helicopter at first light. No one slept. We took turns watching the windows, listening to the night sounds. Twice I heard heavy footsteps circling the cabin. Once something scraped against the door, not claws, but something deliberate, almost like fingers. Morning brought low clouds prohibiting helicopter access. We were trapped for another day at least. What is it? Beck asked as we shared a meager breakfast. What's out there? I hesitated, then retrieved Aaron's journal. The previous ranger noticed it too. The locals have a name for it. Tornet, the shadow one. Most write it off as legend. It's no legend, Kai said quietly. It wants something. I didn't tell them about Aaron's final pages, where his writing became increasingly paranoid. How he described dreams of being led deep into the forest. How he wrote of voices calling his name from the darkness. Or how the last entry, in handwriting subtly different from the rest, read simply, I am going to it. I have no choice. That day, we barricaded the doors and windows. I distributed what weapons we had, my sidearm, an axe, flare gun. The radio crackled with updates about the weather, none promising. As darkness approached, fog rolled in from the lake, so thick I could barely see the water from the porch. And in that mist, just at the edge of visibility, shapes moved. Tall, bipedal figures, at least 3 of them, weaving silently between the trees, watching us, waiting for nightfall. The fog thickened as darkness fell, transforming the familiar landscape into an alien terrain. From the cabin windows, the tree line appeared and disappeared like a mirage, revealing glimpses of movement that vanished when focused upon. I kept the hikers away from the windows, busying them with tasks, boiling water, inventorying supplies, anything to distract from the growing sense of siege. This isn't just a territorial animal, I said, checking my sidearm for the 3rd time. Whatever's out there, it's demonstrating intelligence. Miles nodded grimly. The stone circle by the lake. The Tinglet people have stories about those, markers for sacred spaces or boundaries between worlds. I raised an eyebrow. You know the local lore? I'm an anthropology professor, he admitted. This trip was research, partly. The Tinglet speak of the Kushtaka, shape-shifting creatures that lure people into the wilderness. Great time to mention this, Beck muttered. I thought they were just stories, Miles defended. Every culture has wilderness spirits. Sasquatch, Wendigo, Leshy. A heavy thud against the wall silenced us. Then another. Not random, rhythmic, like knocking. 3 slow beats, pause. 3 more. It wants to be invited in, Kai whispered, eyes wide. I motioned for silence, moving quietly to retrieve Aaron's journal. The knocking continued as I flipped through the pages, finding an entry from 2 months earlier. 3rd night of knocking, same pattern. When I don't respond, it circles the cabin until dawn. Left a small offering outside today, dried meat on a plate. The plate was empty in the morning, replaced with a perfect eagle feather. Communication attempt? Testing intelligence tonight. We'll leave 3 stones in a row. See if pattern is recognized. The next entry. Stones rearranged into a triangle by morning. It understands symbols. God help me. The knocking stopped abruptly. Footsteps crunched slowly around the perimeter of the cabin. Heavy, deliberate. At the back wall, they paused. Something scraped against the logs, a slow drag upward. Through the ceiling, above the rafters, weight shifted. It was on the roof. The chimney, Beck hissed, pointing to the wood stove pipe. I moved quickly, closing the stove's damper. Not a moment too soon. Something large pressed against the chimney cap, metal groaning under pressure. The temperature in the cabin plummeted despite the fire. My breath fogged in front of me. A wailing cry erupted from directly above, vibrating through the roof beams. A sound of rage and hunger that raised the hair on my neck. It was answered by similar cries from the forest, more distant but unmistakably the same creatures. They're communicating, I realized. Coordinating. The pressure on the chimney released. Footsteps moved across the roof to the edge, then silence. For several minutes, nothing happened. The stillness was worse than the noise. Then came a new sound, soft, rhythmic, almost musical. Whistling. Beck pressed his hands against his ears. Make it stop. It's trying to draw us out, I said. But even as I spoke, I felt a strange compulsion to open the door, to follow the melody into the mist. It resonated on some primal frequency, bypassing rational thought. Kai gasped, pointing toward the window. Through the glass, barely visible in the fog, stood a figure. Tall, broad-shouldered, covered in dark hair, but the proportions were wrong for a human or bear. Its arms hung too long, nearly to its knees. The face remained in shadow, but I could feel its gaze. Don't look directly at it, Miles warned, voice trembling. Eye contact is invitation. The creature raised one enormous hand, pressing it flat against the glass. 5 fingers, opposable thumb. Undeniably a hand, not a paw. The glass frosted under its touch, ice crystals spreading outward in feathery patterns. I raised my weapon, aiming at the center mass. Back away from the window. The creature tilted its head, a gesture unnervingly human. It didn't retreat, didn't advance. The whistling grew louder, joined by a second melody, slightly discordant with the first. The effect was disorienting, like 2 voices arguing in my head. I can't. Beck swayed on his feet. I need to go outside. I grabbed his arm as he lurched toward the door. Beck, stay with us. His eyes were unfocused, pupils dilated. They're calling me. I can understand them now. The whistling shifted, harmonizing into a singular droning note that vibrated the windows. The creature at the window withdrew into the fog, but I sensed it hadn't gone far. Beck collapsed, unconscious but breathing. We moved him to the cot, away from doors and windows. The siege continued through the night, more knocking, scratching at the walls, occasional glimpses of tall figures moving through the mist. The radio remained our only link to the outside world, crackling with updates. Weather clearing by noon tomorrow, Rivera promised. Hang tight. Morning brought weak sunlight and dispersing fog. The forest appeared normal again, no sign of nocturnal visitors except large, barefoot prints circling the cabin. I ventured out alone, sidearm ready to check the perimeter. At the front door I found it, a freshly killed rabbit arranged carefully on a bed of spruce boughs. Not torn or eaten, just killed and presented. An offering or a warning. Miles joined me, staring at the rabbit. The Kushtaka were said to leave gifts before taking someone. Taking, he nodded grimly. The stories say they steal people away, turn them into one of their kind. The gifts are part of an exchange, a life for a life. I kicked snow over the rabbit, wishing I could dismiss his words as superstition. But the footprints, the intelligence behind the siege, suggested something beyond animal behavior. We just need to survive until the helicopter arrives, I said. The day passed tensely. Beck remained unconscious, muttering occasionally in his sleep. Words that sounded like language, but no language I recognized. Kai stayed by his side, while Miles and I prepared for another night. gathering extra firewood and blocking the windows with furniture. I used the daylight to search Aaron's cabin more thoroughly. Under his bunk, I found a locked metal box. Inside, a journal older than the official log, filled with personal observations. The entries documented his increasing obsession with the creatures whom he called the Watchers. He described leaving offerings, attempting communication, following tracks deeper into the wilderness. The final pages contained crude sketches of symbols he'd found carved into trees, similar to indigenous pictographs but distinctly different. A language he believed left specifically for him to find. The last entry chilled me. They've shown me where to go. A cave system north of the ridge, unmarked on any map. They've been there for thousands of years, watching, selecting. They say I'm ready to join them, to evolve. The human part of me is afraid, but something deeper, older, recognizes their call as right and inevitable. If anyone finds this, don't look for me. I go willingly. I closed the journal as the radio crackled. Rivera's voice came through, breaking with static. Delayed storm front, tomorrow earliest, maintain position. The transmission cut off. I tried responding, received only static. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, the radio died completely. Perfect timing, Miles said bitterly. At the window, Kai called out, "Something's happening at the lake." We joined her, peering through the gathering dusk. The lake's surface, normally rippled by wind, had gone completely still, reflecting the darkening sky like a mirror. At the center, something broke the surface, a dark shape rising slowly from the depths. Not an animal, a structure. Stone pillars emerging from the water, forming a circle similar to the one we'd found on shore, but massive. "That's not possible," I whispered. "The lake is 40 feet deep at the center." "It wasn't there before," Kai insisted. "I was watching the water all afternoon." As the stone circle fully emerged, standing impossibly on the lake's surface, figures appeared on the shore. Dozens of them, tall and shaggy, gathered at the water's edge. Their combined whistling carried across the water, no longer dissonant, but harmonized into a complex melody that made my teeth ache and vision blur. Behind me, Beck sat up suddenly, eyes open, but unseeing. "The gateway opens," he said in a flat voice. "The old ones return. This territory was theirs before humans, and will be again." He turned toward us, smiling strangely. "They're not monsters. They're what we were before civilization. What some of us can become again." His words sent ice through my veins, matching exactly what Aaron had written. I moved to restrain him, but he was already heading for the door with unnatural strength and purpose. "Beck, stop!" Kai cried. He paused, hand on the doorknob, conflict crossing his face. For a moment I saw recognition in his eyes, fear, confusion, resistance. Then it vanished, replaced by that serene, empty smile. "They've chosen me," he said simply, and stepped outside. We rushed after him, but stopped short at the threshold. Beck walked steadily toward the lake, toward the waiting figures. They parted as he approached, forming a path to the water's edge. At the shore, he turned back once, raising his hand in farewell. Then he stepped onto the lake's surface. Impossibly, he didn't sink, walking across the water toward the stone circle as if on solid ground. The creatures followed, a procession moving across the water's surface. When Beck reached the stone circle, he turned, facing the cabin. Even at this distance, I felt his gaze lock with mine. The largest of the creatures placed a hand on his shoulder. Beck nodded, then the entire group, stones, creatures, and Beck, sank slowly beneath the surface, leaving only ripples. The lake returned to normal. The whistling stopped. The forest sounds resumed as if nothing had happened. We retreated inside, barricading the door. None of us spoke of what we'd witnessed. Too impossible, too beyond our reality to process. But we all knew what we'd seen. That night, no creatures approached the cabin. The oppressive presence had lifted. "They got what they wanted," Miles said finally. "They took one and left us alone." But as I stared into the darkness, I couldn't escape the feeling that this wasn't over. They hadn't left. They were preparing. The taking of Beck wasn't the end. It was the beginning. Dawn brought clear skies and the promised helicopter. The pilot, Jacobs, had no patience for our strange tale, attributing Beck's disappearance to disorientation and drowning. A common enough occurrence in these remote areas, he explained, while loading Kai and Miles for evacuation. The lake would be dragged, a technical rescue team dispatched. Standard procedure. "You coming?" Jacobs asked as I helped secure their gear. I hesitated, glancing back at the cabin. "My assignment here isn't finished." "You sure? Those hikers are pretty spooked about whatever happened to their friend." "All the more reason for me to stay. Find answers." AI gripped my arm before boarding. "Don't go near the water at night," she whispered. "And if you hear whistling, block your ears." The helicopter lifted off, carrying my only human allies back to civilization. I watched until it disappeared, then returned to the silent cabin, suddenly aware of how alone I truly was. Despite the clear weather, headquarters decided to postpone the search for Beck until the following day, citing equipment logistics. I used the time to organize my observations, comparing my experiences with Aaron's notes. The similarities were undeniable. The knocking, the offerings, the whistling that compelled people toward the water. Something about the lake itself seemed central. I retrieved topographical maps from the supply closet, studying the surrounding territory. The lake occupied a perfect circular depression inconsistent with glacial formation or volcanic activity. Archaeological surveys noted unusual concentrations of prehistoric artifacts around its perimeter. Stone tools dating back 12,000 years, cave paintings depicting tall, thin figures. More recent records mentioned a pattern of disappearances. Hikers, hunters, even 2 previous rangers in the 1970s. All written off as accidents, exposure, animal attacks, all occurring during periods of unusual fog. As evening approached, I ventured to the shore, careful to maintain distance from the water. The lake's surface reflected the sunset, deceptively peaceful. Using binoculars, I scanned the center where the stone circle had emerged. Nothing visible now, just unbroken water. At the exact spot where Beck had walked into the lake, I found footprints, his boot prints leading to the water, but also larger, bare footprints emerging from the lake onto land. Something had come out as he had gone in, an exchange. A rustling in the underbrush made me turn sharply. 30 yards away, partially hidden by spruce branches, stood a figure. Not one of the creatures. A man. Gaunt, bearded, wearing tattered ranger clothing. Aaron. Our eyes met briefly before he melted back into the forest. I called out, pursuing, but found only broken branches and a lingering musky odor unlike anything human. Back at the cabin, I radioed headquarters, reporting the sighting. Rivera's response was immediate and unexpectedly intense. "Under no circumstances are you to approach or attempt contact with Aaron," he ordered. "If sighted again, return to the cabin and lock down. Clear?" "What happened to him?" I demanded. "I have a right to know what I'm dealing with." A long pause. "The official record states Aaron Kirschling went AWOL, presumed dead. Unofficially, there have been sightings. He's not himself anymore." "What does that mean?" "It means he's dangerous, compromised." Rivera's voice dropped. "This isn't the first incident at Sitka Lake. There's a reason we staff it with single rangers, minimal contact with hikers. The indigenous people called it Saganen Mene, Lake of the Changed Ones." "You knew." Anger rose in me. "You sent me in blind." "Would you have believed me? Listen, extraction team arrives tomorrow. Just survive the night." The radio went silent, leaving me with the growing certainty that headquarters knew far more than they admitted. The remote posting, the vague briefing, the immediate evacuation of witnesses, all suggested a pattern of containment rather than investigation. Night descended. I checked all locks, windows, the chimney cap. Outside, fog began rolling in from the lake. Thick, unnatural fog that seemed to glow faintly from within. Through the mist came that now familiar sound, whistling, but different than before. A new melody, somber and achingly beautiful. Despite my resolution to ignore it, I found myself drawn to the window, peering into the whiteness. A figure emerged slowly from the fog. Aaron, standing at the clearing's edge. He looked more human than during our brief encounter earlier, though still wild-eyed and filthy. He raised his hand in greeting, then beckoned. Against all logic and self-preservation, I found myself opening the door, stepping onto the porch. The whistling grew louder, but not from Aaron, from the forest behind him, from multiple sources. "They sent you to replace me," Aaron called, voice hoarse from disuse, "just like they sent me to replace Keller." "What happened to you?" I asked, fighting the urge to approach him. "Evolution." He smiled, revealing teeth filed to points. "The old ones showed me what humans were before civilization, before we lost our connection to the earth, to the old magics. They've been here since the ice retreated, waiting, watching." "You're not making sense, Aaron." "They don't want to hurt us. They want to reclaim us." He gestured toward the lake. "There's a doorway down there, beneath the stones. A pathway to their world. Once, our worlds were one, but we forgot. They help us remember." From the fog behind him, taller figures emerged, 3 of the creatures, standing silently. Up close, I could see details I'd missed before: the subtle ridge of bone above deep-set eyes, the powerful musculature beneath dark hair, hands with opposable thumbs and clawed fingertips. "Your friend Beck is changing now," Aaron continued. "Some resist, but eventually all accept. I fought too at first." The largest creature placed a hand on Aaron's shoulder, the same gesture I'd seen with Beck. Aaron leaned into the touch like an affectionate pet. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked, one hand on my holstered weapon. "Because you're next." His expression softened to something like pity. "They choose carefully. People already detached from human connection, isolated souls. People like us, Anuniak." The use of my adopted name startled me. "How do you?" "They know you. Have been watching since you arrived." Aaron took a step forward. "They see your pain, your loneliness after losing your partner. They can heal that emptiness." The mention of my past hit like a physical blow. No one here knew those details. "What are they?" I whispered. "The first people. The template from which humans evolved, but also something more." Aaron's eyes gleamed. "They exist in both worlds, physical and spiritual. The lake is their doorway." Behind him, the creatures began that harmonized whistling again. My vision blurred at its edges. I felt myself swaying, drawn toward their sound. With tremendous effort, I backed toward the cabin door. "Fight it," I growled. Aaron's face showed disappointment. "You can resist tonight, and tomorrow. But they're patient. They've waited thousands of years. Your extraction team won't make it. The weather will turn again. It always does when they will it." As if summoned by his words, the wind picked up, swirling the fog around us. In the distance, thunder rolled over the mountains. "How many?" I demanded. "How many have they taken?" "Dozens, hundreds over centuries." Aaron's form seemed to waver in the fog, becoming less distinct. "Some become like them. Others become messengers. Like me." "Like they took Beck?" "Beck saw truth, embraced change." Aaron smiled. "But some fight. Those who fight are consumed differently." The implication struck me with nauseating clarity. Those who accepted transformation became like them. Those who resisted became prey. I had no good options. The cabin was now fully surrounded by water, escape routes submerged. Even if I barricaded myself inside, the rising water would force me out eventually. The creatures clearly controlled the environment itself. A third option occurred to me: Aaron's journal entry about breaking the circle. I lowered my weapon slightly. "If I agree to enter the gateway, I go alone. No escorts." The elder creature tilted its head, considering. After a moment, it nodded. "I'll need a boat," I added. "The water's too deep to wade." Aaron disappeared briefly, returning with a small kayak dragged from the equipment shed. He launched it into the shallows, holding it steady. "Once you enter the circle, paddle to the center," he instructed. "The passage opens below." I climbed carefully into the kayak, keeping my weapon concealed but accessible. The flares were in my jacket pocket, the stone carving a reassuring weight against my chest. As I paddled toward the stone circle, the creatures moved to the shore, watching intently. Only Aaron remained in the water, eyes reflecting moonlight like a predator's. The stone pillars loomed larger as I approached, ancient monoliths covered in spiraling symbols that seemed to move when viewed peripherally. There were 9 stones total, forming a perfect circle 30 feet in diameter. The water within the circle was unnaturally still, like glass, while outside the boundary, small waves continued to lap against the kayak. I paused at the edge, studying the arrangement. If the circle was a doorway, it needed to remain intact to function. Removing or damaging even one stone might disrupt whatever process was unfolding. Taking a deep breath, I paddled between 2 pillars into the circle's center. The air changed immediately, pressure building in my ears, a static charge raising the hair on my arms. The water beneath the kayak no longer felt like water, but something denser, more viscous. At the precise center, I stopped, watching the shore. The creatures had formed a line at the water's edge, arms raised, beginning that harmonized whistling again. The sound carried across the water with impossible clarity, bypassing my ears to vibrate directly in my skull. The water around the kayak began to glow, a blue-green phosphorescence spiraling downward into depths that shouldn't exist in a lake of this size. Looking down, I could see not a lake bottom, but a twisting tunnel of light descending into blackness. This was the gateway, the passage to whatever world existed alongside ours, home to the creatures that had hunted humans for millennia. I removed the stone carving from my pocket, studying it one last time. The crude figure resembled the elder creature on shore, locked in an eternal predatory crouch. Turning it over revealed symbols matching those on the stone pillars, a key indeed, but not for escape, for sealing the gateway. Aaron's final journal entries hadn't documented surrender but resistance. The seeming madness masked a plan, research into how to close the passage permanently. The stone carving was a capstone, the final piece. I held it over the glowing vortex, watching the symbols begin to shine with matching light. Below, something massive moved in the depths, larger forms ascending toward the surface drawn by the opening gateway. More were coming through. An invasion, not just isolated abductions. Onshore, the elder creature suddenly straightened, alerted to my true purpose. It gestured frantically to the others, who began wading into the water. Aaron's expression transformed from serenity to rage. "Stop!" he screamed, no longer sounding human at all. I dropped the stone into the center of the vortex. It didn't splash but sank like metal, picking up speed as it descended. The reaction was immediate. The water churned violently, the glow intensifying to painful brightness. The kayak rocked as the vortex began to collapse inward. Drawing my sidearm, I fired at the nearest stone pillar once, twice, 3 times. Stone chips flew as bullets struck ancient rock. On the 3rd hit, a large crack appeared, running the length of the pillar. The harmonized whistling from shore turned to shrieks of fury. 3 of the creatures were swimming now, covering distance with frightening speed. The elder remained on shore, making complex gestures that seemed to affect the water itself, waves rising against the direction of the wind, pushing me back toward land. I reached for the flares, aiming directly at the cracked pillar. The phosphorus charge struck true, the intense heat causing the already damaged stone to splinter further. After centuries of submersion and emergence, the thermal shock was too much. The pillar crumbled, breaking the circle. The effect was catastrophic. The vortex collapsed completely, water rushing to fill the vacuum with a thunderous roar. A shockwave spread outward from the broken circle, capsizing the kayak and throwing me into the churning water. The cold struck like physical force, driving air from my lungs. Underwater, disoriented, I glimpsed massive shapes caught in the collapsing gateway, elongated limbs, gleaming eyes, bodies twisted in forms not meant for our reality. The creatures from the deeper realm, trapped between worlds as the doorway sealed. Strong currents pulled at me, dragging me downward. Fighting against the undertow, lungs burning, I kicked toward what I hoped was the surface. My head broke water just as consciousness began to fade. Gasping, choking, I tread water, trying to orient myself. The stone circle was gone, pillars either submerged again or destroyed in the collapse. The lake's surface had returned to normal, waves driven by natural wind rather than supernatural forces. On shore, chaos. The creatures moved erratically, some dropping to all fours, others standing paralyzed. Cut off from their home realm, they seemed weakened, confused. All except the elder, who stood watching me with cold calculation. I swam for the distant shore, away from the creatures, toward the rising landscape beyond the flood zone. Behind me, splashes indicated pursuit, but sluggish, uncoordinated. My feet found purchase on submerged land that sloped upward. Stumbling, half-running through knee-deep water, I headed for higher ground. A fallen tree provided my first real cover. Crouching behind it, shivering uncontrollably, I assessed my situation. The cabin was lost to the flood. My radio with it. The only path to potential rescue lay overland, through miles of wilderness potentially crawling with disoriented but dangerous creatures. And I had no way of knowing if the gateway was truly sealed or merely temporarily disrupted. Movement to my right. Aaron, emerging from the water alone. His movements were jerky, unnatural, as if he'd forgotten how to use his human form. But his eyes were clear, focused on me with predatory intensity. "You've trapped them here," he snarled. "Trapped us all." "Better than letting more through," I countered, raising my waterlogged weapon, unsure if it would still fire. "You don't understand what you've done." He advanced slowly. They were returning to reclaim this world, to restore balance. Humans have destroyed so much, they would have corrected the damage. By replacing us, by improving us, by returning us to our original form. Aaron's movements became more fluid as he spoke, more controlled. They offered transcendence. They offered extinction, our extinction. He lunged suddenly, inhumanly fast, covering 10 feet in a single bound. I squeezed the trigger, but the waterlogged weapon merely clicked. Dropping it, I rolled sideways, barely avoiding his grasp. Aaron was changing before my eyes, his joints popping and realigning, fingers elongating, teeth becoming more prominent. Caught between forms, neither fully human nor creature. "They can still complete the transformation," he growled, voice deepening. "Even cut off from the home realm, it just takes longer, more painful." He stalked forward, herding me back toward the water. I retreated, searching for options. The flares were gone, lost in the lake. The knife remained, but against Aaron's transforming strength, it seemed inadequate. From the corner of my eye, I spotted movement on the ridge above, flashlight beams, human voices. The extraction team, arriving despite the creature's weather manipulation. Their control was weakening. Aaron saw them too. Hesitation crossed his increasingly inhuman features. "They'll hunt you all down," I warned, "now that they know what's happening here." "They've always known," he snarled. "Why do you think they staffed this post with solitary rangers, disposable observers, potential recruits?" He glanced at the approaching lights. "This isn't over, Anuniak. The gateway can be reopened, will be reopened." With that, he turned and loped into the forest darkness, moving with the fluid grace of a predator. Behind him, the other creatures had already disappeared. I collapsed to my knees, exhaustion and cold finally overtaking adrenaline. As the extraction team's lights grew closer, I wondered what story headquarters would concoct to explain Beck's disappearance. What cover story would replace the truth of what haunted these woods? And I wondered how many other gateways existed across the remote wilderness, how many other ancient predators watched from the shadows, waiting for their chance to reclaim what they believed was theirs. The gateway was closed, for now. But Aaron was right about one thing. This wasn't over. 3 months have passed since that night at Sitka Lake. The official report states that Aaron Kirschling, former ranger, suffered psychotic breakdown and likely drowned while experiencing delusions. Beck Anderson, hiker, presumed victim of exposure and disorientation. The cabin damage attributed to flooding from unprecedented rainfall. Case closed. I now occupy a desk at regional headquarters in Anchorage, processing permits and filing reports. Temporary reassignment during recovery, Rivera calls it. Everyone treats me with careful distance. The ranger who survived the incident no one discusses directly. I've overheard whispers, shock, trauma, hallucinations. They took my journal, my recordings, Aaron's notes. The evidence vanished into sealed files, classified beyond my clearance level. When I pressed for answers, Rivera delivered the agency's position with practiced steadiness. What happened at Sitka Lake was a confluence of extreme weather, isolation stress, and unfortunate accidents. Nothing more. But his eyes told a different story. Fear, recognition. The look of someone guarding terrible knowledge. I wasn't the first to encounter them. Wasn't the first to be silenced afterward. My dreams are haunted by whistling melodies and stone gateways. Sometimes I wake convinced my limbs are lengthening, teeth sharpening. The transformation Aaron underwent happening to me in slow motion. I checked the mirror compulsively, searching for signs of change. The extraction team found me alone on the ridge, half frozen, babbling about creatures and gateways. No sign of Aaron or the others. The lake had receded to normal levels. The stone circle vanished beneath its surface. Without evidence, my account became post-traumatic confusion. But I know what I saw, what I prevented. 2 weeks ago, I accessed restricted files using Rivera's carelessly exposed password. The truth is worse than I imagined. Sitka Lake isn't unique. Similar incidents have occurred across remote wilderness areas worldwide: Siberia, Patagonia, the Australian outback, the Canadian Northwest Territories. Always the same pattern. Isolated locations, ancient stone formations, disappearances attributed to natural causes. Governments have known for decades. But what can they do against creatures that exist between worlds? Better to contain, minimize exposure, classify the evidence, sacrifice a few to protect many. I've been watching the news with new understanding. Missing hikers in Olympic National Park, unexplained animal behavior in Yellowstone, a remote weather station in the Brooks Range abandoned after equipment malfunction. Behind these sanitized reports, I sense their influence spreading. The gateway I closed was one of many, and without their primary passage, they're becoming desperate, taking greater risks, emerging more frequently into our world. Yesterday, a manila envelope appeared on my desk. No postmark, no sender information. Inside, a single page torn from Aaron's journal that I'd never seen before, containing a hand-drawn map marking locations across Alaska. 9 sites, including Sitka Lake, each annotated with the same symbol, the stone circle. Gateway locations. Paperclip to the map, a newspaper clipping about unusual archaeological discoveries near Denali. Stone pillars uncovered by receding permafrost, estimated at 15,000 years old. Excavation scheduled to begin next month. They're opening another gateway. Last night I dreamed of my partner for the first time since the incident, not falling to her death as in my usual nightmares, but standing at the edge of a stone circle, beckoning. Her voice overlapped with inhuman tones as she whispered, "They're coming through. You must close the circles." I woke knowing what I have to do. The agency won't help. Too compromised, too entrenched in containment rather than confrontation. I've submitted my resignation, effective immediately. Converted savings to cash, purchased supplies, weapons. The map shows the next nearest gateway in the Wrangell Mountains, 100 miles from the nearest settlement. Rivera caught me clearing out my desk this morning. His expression shifted from confusion to understanding as he noticed the map in my hand. "Don't," he said quietly. "You survived once. You won't be so lucky again." "They're getting stronger," I countered. "Breaking through more often. We can't just watch anymore." He glanced at the security cameras, then leaned closer. "You think you're the first to try fighting them? Special forces teams have gone after them, never returned. They exist partially in another dimension. Conventional weapons barely affect them. I closed one gateway. I can close others. You got lucky. And now they know your tactics." Rivera shook his head. "The stone carving you used, it was unique. Ancient. We've never found another." My resolve wavered briefly. "Then what's your solution? Keep sacrificing people? Keep hiding the truth? Containment is all we have, all we can do." I shouldered my pack. Not good enough. As I reached the door, Rivera called after me. "Anuniak." He'd never used my chosen name before. If you're really doing this, there's someone you should contact. Former operative, went independent after disagreeing with agency policy, codenamed Raven. He pressed a slip of paper into my hand, coordinates for a remote cabin in the Niacola Mountains. She's been hunting them for years, has specialized knowledge. I studied his face. Why are you helping me now? Because you're right. Weariness creased his features. Containment is failing, and you've shown you can hurt them. That was 3 days ago. Now I sit in a float plane heading toward the coordinates, watching the wilderness unfold below. The vastness of Alaska, millions of acres of unpopulated land, perfect hiding places for ancient predators. How many gateways remain undiscovered? How many creatures walk among us wearing human shapes, preparing for their reclamation? The pilot points ahead to a small clearing with a log structure beside a mountain stream. That's it, want me to wait? I shake my head. No return flight, not yet. He gives me the look I've grown accustomed to, concern mixed with suspicion. Another ranger heading into isolation, possibly toward madness. Your call. Radio if you change your mind. As the plane departs, I approach the cabin cautiously. Smoke rises from the chimney, but no other signs of occupation. I'm 10 yards from the door when it opens. The woman who emerges is tall, weather-beaten in her 50s. A jagged scar runs from temple to jaw. Her eyes track me with predatory assessment. Rivera sent me, I call. I know why you're here. Her voice is rough from disuse. Come inside before night falls. They watch these mountains after dark. The cabin interior is sparse but functional. One wall is covered entirely with maps, photographs, drawings of stone formations. Another displays weapons, conventional and otherwise. Artifacts of bone, stone, and metal occupy a locked glass case. You closed the Sitka gateway, she says, not a question. Temporarily, they're trying to reopen it. She nods. They're persistent, been trying to fully return for centuries. Return? This was their world first. They ruled for millennia before retreating to their spirit realm as humans evolved. She pours 2 cups of coffee, strong and bitter. Every few thousand years, they test the boundaries, try to reclaim territory. You know a lot about them. I should. I was married to one. She registers my shock with grim amusement. Not knowingly. He seemed human when we met, changed gradually over years. By the time I realized what was happening, it was almost too late. She rolls up her sleeve, revealing an arm mottled with burn scars. Fire hurts them, slows the transformation. I escaped, but not before learning their plans. Which are full re-emergence, not isolated abductions, but complete invasion. They believe humans have fallen too far from nature, become destructive to the earth. Their solution is replacement. My thoughts race. The stone carving I used to close the gateway, part of a set. 9 pieces for 9 primary gateways. I've recovered 3 so far. She unlocks the glass case, revealing stone figures similar to the one I'd used. Each gateway requires its specific key. Hope rises for the first time in months. So they can be closed permanently. If we find all 9 keys, if we can reach all 9 gateways, her expression darkens. And if we survive their guardians, like Aaron. Transformed humans serve as their scouts, their advance forces, able to move in our world without attracting attention. She studies me intently. You encountered them directly. Were exposed to their influence. Have you noticed any changes? The question hits uncomfortably close to my private fears. No. You would. The transformation isn't subtle. She returns to the maps. The excavation near Denali. That's our immediate problem. They're using human archaeologists to uncover a gateway that's been buried for centuries. We have to stop them. We will. Her finger traces a route through the mountains. But first, you need training, weapons that work against them, knowledge of their weaknesses. She extends her hand. I'm Catherine, former anthropologist, former agency operative, current hunter of things that exist between worlds. Anuniak, I reply. taking her hand. No. She shakes her head. Names have power with them. They've already associated that identity with you, used it to track you. From now on, you need a new designation. She returns to the glass case, removing something wrapped in cloth. Unwrapped, it reveals a stone knife of unusual design. This was used by the earliest human hunters who fought against them, in their language called torchbearer. She offers it to me. Your new name, if you accept this path. I take the knife, feeling its ancient weight. The decision solidifies within me. No returning to normal life, no pretending these creatures don't exist. Only forward, into darkness, carrying light. I accept. Catherine nods grimly. Rest tonight. Tomorrow we begin preparation. The Denali excavation starts in 2 weeks. By then, you need to be ready to face what guards that gateway. As night falls over the mountains, I stand at the cabin window, watching shadows deepen between trees. Somewhere in those shadows, they watch. Wait. Plan their return. But they're not the only predators in these woods anymore. Now they're being hunted too. The gateway at Sitka Lake was just the beginning. The war for our world has begun, and I've chosen my side. The summer of 2019 was particularly hot in Kentucky. I had just turned 16 and was eager to escape the confines of our small-town home, where the air conditioning struggled against the relentless heat. My 12-year-old brother Michael had been begging for weeks to go hiking in the Daniel Boone National Forest. Our parents finally relented, agreeing to take us for a day trip before school resumed in August. That morning, I woke with a strange sense of foreboding that I couldn't shake. The weather forecast predicted clear skies, but dark clouds had gathered on the horizon as we loaded our backpacks into the car. My father noticed my hesitation. Something wrong? He asked, keys dangling from his fingertips. No, I replied, forcing a smile. Just tired. The 2-hour drive to the forest entrance passed in relative silence. Michael dozed against the window, his breath fogging the glass in rhythmic patterns. Our parents discussed mundane topics in hushed tones from the front seats. I stared out at the passing landscape, watching as suburban neighborhoods gradually gave way to rolling hills and dense woodland. We arrived at the visitor center around noon. The parking lot was surprisingly empty for a Saturday in July. Only 3 other vehicles occupied spaces near the trailhead. My father consulted a map with a park ranger while my mother applied sunscreen to Michael's already freckled face. We'll meet you kids back here at 5, my father said, handing me a trail map. Stay on the marked paths and don't go beyond the creek bridge. Your mother and I are going to check out the historical sites near the eastern entrance. I nodded, slipping the folded map into my back pocket. We'll be fine. Michael bounced with excitement beside me, his sneakers kicking up small puffs of dust from the dry ground. Can we go now? Can we? Remember, my mother added, adjusting the straps of my backpack. You have the emergency whistle and your phone, though reception might be spotty. Be careful. With final instructions to stay hydrated and watch out for poison ivy, our parents left us at the trailhead, their car disappearing down the winding road toward the eastern section of the park. Michael tugged at my sleeve. Race you to the first marker. Before I could respond, he had already darted into the woods, his laughter trailing behind him like a breadcrumb path I had no choice but to follow. The first hour of our hike passed pleasantly enough. The main trail was well maintained and clearly marked with blue blazes on trees every 100 feet or so. Dappled sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting shifting patterns across the forest floor. Birds called to one another, creating a natural symphony that masked our footsteps on the soft earth. Michael moved with boundless energy, stopping occasionally to examine interesting rocks or snap pictures of unusual plants with the disposable camera our mother had given him. I maintained a more measured pace, keeping my brother within sight while scanning our surroundings. Look at this beetle, Michael exclaimed, crouching to observe an iridescent insect making its laborious journey across a fallen log. It's like it's wearing armor. I knelt beside him, watching as the beetle's carapace caught the light. It's a Cryptid, a jewel beetle. They're uncommon around here. How do you know that? Biology class, I replied, straightening up. We should keep moving if we want to reach the creek before it gets too late. As we continued along the trail, I began to notice subtle changes in the forest atmosphere. The bird songs grew less frequent, replaced by an unsettling stillness that seemed to press against my eardrums. The trees grew denser, their branches creating a thicker canopy that dimmed the afternoon light to an early twilight gloom. A twig snapped somewhere to our left. Michael didn't seem to notice, but I paused, turning toward the sound. Nothing moved in the underbrush. After a moment, I dismissed it as a squirrel, or perhaps a rabbit disturbed by our presence. How much farther? Michael asked, his earlier enthusiasm beginning to wane as fatigue set in. I consulted the map. About another mile to the creek bridge. Want to rest for a bit? He shook his head stubbornly. I'm not tired. We pressed on, but I couldn't shake the growing sensation of being watched. Twice more I heard sounds from the forest around us, a rustling in bushes, a soft thud like a cautious footfall. Each time I stopped to listen, the noise ceased immediately, leaving only the sound of our breathing and Michael's constant chatter. Do you feel that? I asked abruptly, cutting off my brother's monologue about his video game achievements. Feel what? Like something's following us. Michael looked around, his expression shifting from annoyance to uncertainty. No, but now you're freaking me out. Sorry, I muttered, forcing a smile. Just my imagination. But it wasn't imagination when, moments later, we both heard a low growl emanating from somewhere in the dense undergrowth to our right. Michael froze, his hand instinctively reaching for mine. What was that? He whispered, eyes wide. Probably just a dog from another hiking group, I suggested, though I knew it wasn't true. The sound had a wild quality to it, something primal and undomesticated. I quickened our pace, keeping Michael close as we navigated a section of trail that descended sharply toward what I hoped was the creek basin. The map indicated we were approaching our destination, and I felt an irrational urgency to reach the open space by the water. Behind us, branches cracked as something moved parallel to our path, just out of sight among the trees. We reached the creek crossing around 4 o'clock. The bridge was less impressive than I had imagined, a simple wooden structure spanning a shallow stream that gurgled over smooth stones. Still, the open area provided relief from the claustrophobic feeling of the forest trail. Michael immediately perked up at the sight of water. Can I collect some rocks from the creek? Sure, I said, dropping my backpack on a flat boulder near the bridge. But stay where I can see you. While my brother scampered down to the water's edge, I took the opportunity to survey our surroundings. The creek cut a narrow swath through the forest, creating a natural corridor that extended in both directions as far as I could see. The opposite bank rose more steeply than our side, covered in dense bushes and younger trees that seemed to crowd the water's edge. The sunlight was taking on the golden quality of late afternoon, casting long shadows across the water. According to my watch, we had about an hour before we needed to head back to meet our parents. I sat on the boulder, stretching my legs and sipping water from my bottle, watching as Michael waded ankle-deep into the creek, searching for interesting stones. Don't go too far, I called, when he ventured toward the middle of the stream. I'm not, he called back, bending to retrieve a particularly smooth pebble. This one looks like an egg. I smiled, feeling my earlier tension begin to dissolve. The forest sounds seemed normal again. The bubbling of the creek, insects buzzing, distant bird calls. Whatever had followed us on the trail appeared to have lost interest or taken another path. Michael spent the next 30 minutes collecting rocks and skipping the flatter ones across the water's surface. His throws rarely made it to the opposite bank, faltering and sinking midstream. I bet I can throw all the way across, he declared, selecting a palm-sized stone from his collection. We should probably start heading back soon, I said, checking my watch again. It's getting late. Just one more try, he insisted. Watch this. He drew his arm back and flung the stone with all his might. To both our surprise, It sailed across the creek and landed with a solid thud among the bushes on the far side. "Did you see that?" he shouted, jumping excitedly. "I did it." I was about to congratulate him when something caught my eye. A brief flash of reflection from the undergrowth where his stone had landed. At first, I thought it might be water droplets catching the sunlight, but then I saw it again, a distinct pair of eyes gleaming in the shadow of the bushes. "Michael," I said quietly, standing up from the boulder. "Come here, right now." Something in my voice must have conveyed the urgency I felt, because for once he didn't argue. He splashed out of the creek and moved to my side, water dripping from his sneakers. "What's wrong?" he asked, following my gaze across the water. "Do you see that? In the bushes where your rock landed." He squinted, then gasped. "Eyes. Is it watching us?" Before I could answer, another pair of eyes appeared several feet away from the first, the same eerie, yellowish gleam reflecting the diminishing sunlight. A cold sensation settled in my stomach as I realized what we were seeing. "We need to go," I said, grabbing my backpack and slinging it over my shoulder. "Now." "But what are they?" Michael persisted, still staring at the growing number of reflective eyes emerging from the underbrush. There were at least 4 pairs now, unblinking and fixed on our position. "Coyotes," I whispered, recognizing the distinctive eyeshine. "A pack of them." As if responding to my identification, one of the animals moved forward, partially emerging from the bushes. Its lean frame and pointed ears were unmistakable, even in the fading light. The coyote stood at the water's edge, assessing us with calculated interest that sent waves of primal fear through my body. I had read about coyotes before, normally shy creatures that avoided human contact. But something about this group's behavior felt wrong. They weren't retreating as wild animals typically would in the presence of humans. Instead, they seemed to be strategically positioning themselves along the bank. "They won't cross the water, right?" Michael asked, his voice barely audible. As if in direct challenge to his question, the lead coyote placed one paw into the creek, testing the current. The water was shallow enough that crossing would present no significant obstacle. I grasped Michael's shoulder, slowly backing us away from the creek's edge toward the trail we had come from. "Don't run yet," I instructed, keeping my voice as steady as possible. "We're going to walk backward until we reach the trail. Then we'll turn and move quickly. Understand?" He nodded, his face pale with fear. We retreated step by step, watching as more coyotes revealed themselves along the opposite bank. I counted 7 distinct animals now, their collective gaze tracking our movement with predatory intensity. The lead coyote had moved deeper into the creek, water now reaching its chest as it tested the crossing. We had almost reached the trailhead when Michael's foot caught on an exposed root. He stumbled, catching himself before falling, but dislodging a shower of small stones that clattered down toward the creek. The sound seemed to trigger something in the pack. The lead coyote suddenly lunged forward, splashing across the remaining width of the creek with surprising speed. The others followed, transforming from stationary watchers to a coordinated hunting party in seconds. "Run!" I shouted, pushing Michael ahead of me onto the trail. "Go!" We bolted into the forest, the path now shadowed by the setting sun. I could hear the splash of water behind us as the coyote pack crossed the creek, followed by the soft thud of paws on earth. My mind raced through everything I knew about coyotes. Typically cautious around humans, predominantly nocturnal, normally hunting smaller prey like rabbits and rodents. This behavior was aberrant, suggesting either extreme hunger or possibly disease. Michael ran ahead of me, his shorter legs pumping furiously. I kept close behind him, constantly glancing over my shoulder to gauge the distance between us and our pursuers. The coyotes had spread out across the width of the trail, running with the efficient gait of experienced predators. "Keep going," I urged as Michael began to slow. "Don't stop." "I can't," he gasped, his breath coming in ragged pants. "Too fast." The trail inclined sharply upward, forcing us to scramble rather than run. My lungs burned with exertion as I pushed Michael from behind, willing him to move faster. The lead coyote had gained ground, now less than 50 yards behind us. We crested the hill and found ourselves momentarily out of sight of the pack. I made a split-second decision, pulling Michael off the main trail onto a narrower deer path that cut through a dense thicket. "Through here," I hissed, pushing aside branches. "Quick!" We forced our way through the undergrowth, thorns catching on our clothing and scratching exposed skin. The new path was barely visible, but it took us on a sharp angle away from our original route. I hoped it might confuse the coyotes, at least temporarily. For a few blessed moments, I thought the plan had worked. The sounds of pursuit faded, replaced by our own labored breathing and the crunch of leaves beneath our feet. Then a howl cut through the forest, a signal that sent ice through my veins. Another howl answered from somewhere to our right, then another behind us. "They're surrounding us," Michael whispered, terror evident in his voice. I pulled him close, scanning the deepening shadows between the trees. The coyotes were using pack tactics, communicating positions to cut off our escape routes. As darkness fell, their advantage would only increase. "We need to find somewhere defensible," I said, thinking frantically. "Somewhere we can see them coming." The deer path emerged into a small clearing dominated by the massive trunk of a fallen oak. Its exposed root system created a natural barrier on one side, while the substantial trunk offered protection on another. "Here," I decided, pulling Michael toward the natural fortress. "Get behind the roots." He scrambled into position while I searched the ground for anything that could serve as a weapon. I found a sturdy branch about 4 feet long, one end splintered to a rough point where it had broken from the tree. The howls grew closer, converging on our position with unnerving accuracy. I positioned myself between the approaching sounds and my brother, gripping the makeshift spear with sweating hands. The first coyote appeared at the edge of the clearing, the same leader that had initiated the creek crossing. Its fur was a mottled gray-brown, its frame gaunt but powerful. Yellow eyes fixed on us with unnerving intelligence as it paced at the perimeter, waiting for its packmates to arrive. They emerged one by one until the entire group had us surrounded, maintaining a cautious distance from my brandished branch, but showing no intention of retreating. Their coordinated behavior sent chills down my spine. This was not normal coyote conduct. Michael pressed against my back, trembling. "What do we do?" he whispered. Before I could answer, the lead coyote lowered its head and advanced. Twilight had fully descended now, the forest transformed into a world of deep shadows and muted sounds. The coyotes circled our position, their movements fluid and purposeful. I could distinguish them clearly enough to notice their individual characteristics, one with a torn ear, another with a distinctive white patch at its throat, the leader slightly larger than the others with a scar across its muzzle. I maintained a defensive stance, swinging the branch in wide arcs whenever one of them ventured too close. My arms ached from the effort, but fear provided a steady supply of adrenaline that kept fatigue at bay. "Stay behind me," I instructed Michael, who had pressed himself into the hollow formed by the tree's root system, "and get the whistle from my backpack." He fumbled with the zipper, his hands shaking so badly that the simple task took several attempts. Finally, he extracted the small metal whistle our mother had insisted we carry. "Blow it," I said, jabbing the branch toward a coyote that had inched forward on my left flank. 3 short blasts, then 3 long ones. That's the universal distress signal. Michael raised the whistle to his lips and blew the pattern as instructed. The piercing sound echoed through the clearing, causing several of the coyotes to flinch and retreat a few steps. He repeated the signal again and again, the sound seeming to expand in the dense air of the forest. I knew the chances of anyone hearing us were slim. We were at least a mile from the main trail, and most hikers would have left the park by now as darkness approached. Our parents wouldn't begin searching for at least another hour when we failed to meet them at the designated time. One of the coyotes, the one with the white throat patch, darted forward suddenly, testing my defenses. I swung the branch, connecting solidly with its shoulder. The animal yelped and retreated, but the brief victory was overshadowed by the realization that my strength was waning. I couldn't maintain this standoff indefinitely. Michael, I said, keeping my eyes on the circling predators. I need you to climb this tree. What? I can't leave you down here. You're smaller and lighter. You can get higher than I can. Once you're safe, I'll follow. He hesitated, and I risked a glance over my shoulder to meet his terrified gaze. Please, Michael, trust me. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded and began examining the fallen oak for a climbable section. The trunk itself was too broad and smooth, but where it had split upon falling, several large branches extended upward at manageable angles. There, I said, nodding toward the most promising root. Can you reach that first branch? Michael stood on tiptoe, stretching his arms. Almost. I'm going to boost you up, I decided. When I say now, I want you to put your foot in my hands, and I'll lift you. But the coyotes, I'll be quick. Ready? I kept the branch extended in my left hand, maintaining a semblance of our defensive perimeter. With my right, I formed a stirrup for Michael's foot. Now! He stepped into my cupped hands, and I heaved upward with all my remaining strength. Michael grabbed the branch, scrambling to pull himself onto it as I immediately returned to my defensive posture, swinging the branch in a wide arc to drive back a coyote that had seized the opportunity to advance. I got it, Michael called from above. I'm up. Keep climbing, I instructed, relieved to see him scaling the tree with surprising agility. Get as high as you safely can. With Michael temporarily secured, I began to assess my own escape options. The same route he had taken would be my best bet, but I would need to abandon my defensive position to attempt it. The moment I turned my back, the coyotes would rush in. As if sensing my dilemma, the pack leader edged closer, head low, muscles tensed for a spring. I jabbed the branch at it, but this time the animal didn't retreat. Instead, it snapped at the wood, teeth scraping loudly against the bark. They're getting bolder, I called up to Michael, trying to keep panic from my voice. Someone's coming, he suddenly shouted. I can see a light through the trees. I didn't dare look away from the coyotes to confirm his sighting. Keep blowing the whistle. Michael resumed the SOS pattern, blasting the sound through the darkening forest with renewed vigor. I continued my defensive rotations, muscles burning with fatigue, praying he wasn't seeing things in his desperation. Then I heard it, a human voice calling from somewhere in the distance. Hello? Is someone there? Here! Michael and I shouted in unison. We're here! The coyotes seemed to register the new development, their circling becoming more agitated. The leader made a sudden lunge toward me, forcing me to swing the branch with all my remaining strength. The wood connected with its head, producing a yelp of pain as the animal retreated. Help! I screamed, my voice cracking with strain. Coyotes! The light Michael had spotted grew stronger, bobbing between trees as someone approached at a run. The beam of a powerful flashlight cut through the gloom, momentarily blinding me as it swept across our position. Back here, called a deep voice, followed by the distinctive sound of multiple people crashing through the undergrowth. The coyotes hesitated, caught between their hunting instincts and their natural wariness of humans. The leader snarled, still focused on me despite the approaching rescue. A figure burst into the clearing, flashlight beam dancing wildly as he ran. Behind him came two more people, also carrying lights. Get away from them, the lead figure shouted, waving his arms and rushing toward the coyotes with remarkable courage. The pack scattered, melting into the darkness of the forest with reluctant growls. Just like that, the standoff was over, though I remained frozen in my defensive posture, unable to process the sudden shift from mortal danger to safety. Are you hurt? The man with the flashlight asked, approaching cautiously. He was middle-aged, dressed in hiking gear with a Park Service patch visible on his jacket. Were you bitten? I shook my head, still gripping the branch like a lifeline. My arms trembled from exertion and my voice seemed trapped in my throat. My brother, I finally managed to say, pointing upward with the branch. He's in the tree. The ranger aimed his flashlight up, illuminating Michael's pale face among the branches. Hello up there, young man, he called. You can come down now. The coyotes are gone. Michael didn't move, frozen by a combination of fear and the paralyzing aftermath of adrenaline. One of the other rescuers, a woman in outdoor clothing, stepped forward. "I'll get him," she said, slinging her backpack to the ground. "I'm a climbing instructor." While she began to ascend the tree with practiced ease, the ranger turned his attention back to me. "I'm Ranger Wilson," he said, gently lowering my still-raised branch. "These are Jack and Renee. They heard your whistle while hiking and found me at a nearby marker." I nodded mechanically, struggling to process this information through the fog of exhaustion and fading terror. "Can you tell me what happened?" Wilson asked, guiding me to sit on a fallen log while keeping his flashlight trained on the surrounding darkness. In halting sentences, I described our encounter at the creek and the subsequent chase. As I spoke, the female climber, Renee, successfully coaxed Michael from his perch and helped him safely to the ground. He immediately ran to me, wrapping his arms around my waist with such force that it knocked the breath from my lungs. "You saved me," he whispered, his face pressed against my chest. I returned his embrace, the reality of our narrow escape finally hitting me with full force. Tears welled in my eyes as the magnitude of what we'd just survived registered. "Those coyotes were definitely acting abnormally," Wilson noted, frowning as he scanned the tree line. "We've had reports of unusual pack behavior in this section of the park, but nothing this aggressive. They shouldn't have pursued you like that." "Could they be rabid?" asked Jack, the second hiker who had accompanied the ranger. Wilson shook his head. "Possible, but unlikely for an entire pack. More likely they're desperately hungry. We've had drought conditions all summer, which has impacted their normal prey populations." He turned back to us. "Your parents must be worried sick. Let's get you back to the visitor center." Michael refused to release his grip on me, so Jack offered to carry my backpack as we formed a tight group for the hike back. Ranger Wilson led the way, his powerful flashlight illuminating the trail, while Renee took the rear position, occasionally sweeping her own light through the trees to ensure the coyotes weren't following. "Your quick thinking saved both of you," Wilson commented as we walked. "Taking defensive position by that fallen tree, getting your brother up to safety, using the whistle, textbook wilderness survival tactics." I didn't feel deserving of his praise. All I had done was react instinctively, driven by the primal need to protect my younger brother. There had been no coherent plan, only a series of desperate decisions. "I should never have let us stay so late," I said, guilt washing over me. I knew we needed to head back earlier. "Don't be too hard on yourself," Renee called from behind. "Predicting wildlife behavior isn't something most people can do, especially not teenagers on a day hike." We walked in silence for a while, the forest now fully dark around us, alive with night sounds that seemed harmless compared to what we had faced. Michael's grip on my waist gradually loosened as the immediate terror receded, though he remained unusually quiet. As we approached the main trail junction, distant shouts reached us. Familiar voices calling our names with increasing desperation. "That's our parents," I said, relief flooding through me. Wilson produced a radio from his belt and keyed the microphone. "Base, this is Wilson. I've located the missing hikers. 2 juveniles, no injuries. We're approaching the main junction now." A crackling voice responded, confirming that our parents were with a search team near that location. Minutes later, we rounded a bend in the trail to find a cluster of flashlights bobbing toward us. My mother's voice rose above the others, raw with worry. When she saw us emerge from the darkness, she broke into a run, my father close behind. The reunion was a blur of tears and fierce embraces. My mother alternated between scolding us for being late and expressing profound relief at our safety. My father, normally reserved with his emotions, held us both so tightly I could feel his heartbeat through his jacket. "Coyotes chased us," Michael explained, his voice muffled against our mother's shoulder. "Like a whole pack of them. They tried to eat us, but I climbed a tree and kept blowing the whistle like you showed us." My parents' expression shifted from relief to horror as they absorbed this information. The ranger stepped forward to explain the situation more fully, emphasizing the unusual nature of the encounter, while subtly downplaying the mortal danger we had faced. The drive home that night was subdued. Michael fell asleep against me in the back seat, exhaustion claiming him before we had even left the park boundaries. My parents spoke in hushed tones, occasionally glancing back at us with expressions that mixed lingering fear with profound gratitude. I remained awake, replaying the day's events in my mind. The golden afternoon light at the creek, the first glimpse of reflective eyes in the underbrush, the sound of paws on forest floor, the circle of predators closing in. These images played on a continuous loop, refusing to fade despite my physical exhaustion. When we arrived home, my father carried the still sleeping Michael to his bedroom. My mother insisted on examining me for injuries I might have overlooked in the chaos. She cleaned the scratches on my arms from pushing through the thicket, applying antiseptic that stung less than the thorns had. "You saved your brother's life today," she said quietly as she worked, tears threatening at the corners of her eyes. "I don't even want to think about what could have happened if—" "But it didn't happen," I interrupted, unable to bear the thought myself. She nodded, pressing her lips together to maintain composure. "Get some rest," she finally said, kissing my forehead. "We'll talk more tomorrow." But sleep proved elusive that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the lead coyote's intense gaze, felt the weight of the branch in my hands, heard Michael's terrified breathing. When exhaustion finally pulled me under near dawn, my dreams were filled with endless pursuits through darkened forests. The next morning, local news carried a brief story about our encounter. Ranger Wilson had reported the incident, prompting park officials to temporarily close that section of trail while they investigated the unusual coyote behavior. Wildlife experts were quoted speculating about possible causes: habitat disruption from recent construction, disease, changes in prey patterns due to drought. Michael developed a brief but intense fear of dogs in the weeks that followed. Even our neighbor's elderly golden retriever, previously a favorite playmate, sent him scrambling for safety behind the nearest adult. This gradually faded, though he maintained a healthy wariness around unfamiliar animals. For me, the psychological impact was more subtle. I became hypervigilant in outdoor settings, constantly scanning surroundings for potential threats. The sound of branches breaking in woods made my heart race. Night walks, once enjoyable, became exercises in controlled anxiety. Yet alongside these lingering fears, I discovered something unexpected about myself: a capacity for decisive action under extreme pressure. The memory of standing between those predators and my brother, terrified but determined, revealed a core of resilience I hadn't known I possessed. 3 months after our encounter, I returned to the Daniel Boone National Forest. I went alone, despite my parents' concerns, driven by some internal need to reclaim the peace I had once found in natural settings. I didn't venture to the same trail, choosing instead a popular route near the visitor center, well-trafficked and regularly patrolled. Standing among the autumn-painted trees, listening to the familiar forest sounds, I felt the last tendrils of persistent fear begin to loosen their grip. The wilderness had shown me its dangers, yes, but also taught me something valuable about myself and the primal bonds of family. That day in the forest had marked us, Michael and me, in ways both visible and invisible. The scratches on our skin had healed quickly, leaving no scars. The psychological imprints would take longer to fade, but they too would eventually transform, not disappearing entirely, but evolving into something else: wisdom, perhaps, or respect for the untamed world that exists alongside our carefully ordered lives. As I hiked back toward the visitor center that autumn day, I spotted a lone coyote watching from a distant ridge. Our eyes met briefly across the expanse, predator and prey in momentary acknowledgement, before it turned and melted into the trees. A reminder that some boundaries, once crossed, forever change how we perceive the wilderness around us and the wilderness within. I've always been interested in the unexplained. Even as a child, I collected books about strange occurrences, watched documentaries about mysterious events, and listened to podcasts about unsettling incidents that defied rational explanation. I believed I understood fear, the theoretical concept of it at least. But nothing prepared me for what happened during that weekend in October 2018. My name is Damos, a Lithuanian name given to me by my grandparents who immigrated to America decades before I was born. I was 11 years old when the incident occurred, a skinny kid standing at just about 5 feet tall and weighing only 36 kilograms. My mother, a nurse working rotating shifts at the regional hospital, often left me with my grandparents when she had to work overnight. Their house sat on the edge of town, bordered by dense woods on one side and open farmland on the other. It was a place I normally loved visiting until that night. My grandparents had a dinner reservation at their favorite restaurant, followed by a community event they'd been looking forward to for weeks. They weren't expected back until after 9 p.m. I didn't mind being alone. In fact, I enjoyed the independence. The old Victorian house, with its creaking floorboards and drafty corridors, had always felt like a second home to me. "We'll be back around 9:30, my grandmother had said, adjusting her pearl necklace as she stood by the door. "There's leftover stew in the refrigerator. Just heat it up when you get hungry." My grandfather had added, "Remember, keep the doors locked. Call us if you need anything." I nodded, barely looking up from my phone. "I'll be fine. I have homework anyway." After they left, I locked the door behind them and went upstairs to the guest bedroom where I always stayed. The room had an old desk positioned beneath a large window that overlooked the backyard. I set up my laptop, opened my textbooks, and began working on my math assignment. The house was quiet except for the occasional groan of old pipes and the distant hum of the refrigerator. Outside, twilight gradually surrendered to darkness. I worked steadily, occasionally glancing at the time. By 8 p.m., I had finished most of my homework and decided to take a break. That's when everything changed. The first sign that something was wrong came as a subtle disruption. I was heading downstairs to get something to drink when I heard an unusual sound, footsteps crunching on the gravel driveway outside. They were slow, deliberate, with uneven pauses between them. I froze on the middle step of the staircase, one hand on the wooden banister. The sound wasn't the quick, purposeful stride of someone walking to the front door. Rather, it seemed exploratory, as if someone was carefully examining the perimeter of the house. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it. My voice sounded thin and weak against the pressing silence. No response came. Logic offered several innocent explanations. A neighbor's pet wandering onto the property, wildlife from the nearby woods, or perhaps just the settling of the house distorted by my overactive imagination. I had, after all, spent the previous night watching horror stories on YouTube, a habit my mother constantly criticized. "You fill your head with that nonsense and then you wonder why you're jumping at shadows," she would say. Standing there in the dim stairwell, I tried to convince myself that my mother was right. I was letting my imagination run wild. Taking a deep breath, I continued down to the kitchen. The large windows in the kitchen offered a clear view of the side yard and part of the driveway. I carefully approached, staying close to the wall, and peered out. The security light illuminated most of the area, casting long shadows from the trees and bushes. Nothing seemed out of place. As I reached for a glass from the cabinet, I noticed something unusual. The security light flickered, dimmed for a moment, then brightened again. In that brief instant of darkness, I thought I saw movement at the edge of the yard, a shifting of shadows that didn't align with the wind-blown branches. My hand trembled slightly as I filled my glass with water. The house felt different now. The familiar corners seemed to hide unseen threats, and the comforting silence had transformed into a tense anticipation. I gulped down the water and quickly headed back upstairs, taking the steps 2 at a time. Back in my room, I tried to focus on homework again, but concentration eluded me. Every creak and groan of the old house now demanded my attention. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, expecting to see something that shouldn't be there. After 20 minutes of failed attempts to focus, I decided to call my grandparents. I reached for my phone, but hesitated. What would I tell them? That I was scared of footsteps I might have imagined? That shadows were moving strangely? They would either worry unnecessarily or, more likely, think I was being childish. I put the phone down and turned back to my homework, determined to push through my uneasiness. That's when I noticed the window. The large bedroom window had always given me a sense of openness, connecting the cozy interior with the expansive outdoors. Now it felt like a vulnerability, a transparent barrier too easily breached. Outside, the night had fully settled in, transforming the glass into a dark mirror that reflected the dimly lit room. As I stared at my own reflection, something moved outside. At first, it was just a vague disturbance in the darkness, like a denser patch of night shifting against the background. I blinked, convinced it was an optical illusion. It wasn't. What I saw next made my heart hammer against my ribs. Standing in the yard, partially illuminated by the distant security light, was a figure. It was unnaturally tall, towering at what must have been at least 12 feet. The proportions were wrong, too elongated, too thin to be human. Its form was pitch black, absorbing rather than reflecting the meager light. I stared, frozen in place, unable to comprehend what I was seeing. The figure remained motionless, seemingly looking directly at my window. A distant part of my mind tried to rationalize. Perhaps it was just the shadow of a tree cast by passing car headlights, or some kind of optical illusion created by the yard lights and moving branches. But then it moved. The movement was unnatural, not the fluid motion of a living thing, but a jerky, disjointed shift that reminded me of stop-motion animation. The figure tilted its head at an impossible angle, as if studying me through the window. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I simply sat there, a small, terrified 11-year-old boy witnessing something my mind couldn't process. Time stretched painfully. What was probably only a minute felt like an endless hour of terror. Then, with a motion too quick to follow, the figure dropped down and vanished from my line of sight. I heard a soft thud from the yard below, as if something heavy had landed on the ground. The spell of paralysis broke. I scrambled backward, knocking over my chair in the process. My breathing came in short, panicked gasps as I backed against the far wall, keeping my eyes fixed on the window. Nothing appeared. The yard outside remained still and empty. After several minutes of heart-pounding tension, I gathered my courage and slowly approached the window again. Pressing my face against the glass, I peered down into the yard. The security light cast long shadows across the lawn, but nothing unusual moved there. Whatever I had seen, or thought I had seen, was gone. I was about to turn away when a sound from downstairs made me freeze again. "Damos?" The voice drifted up from the ground floor, a familiar, comforting voice with a distinctive Lithuanian accent. "Damos, are you up there? We forgot our key. Can you open the door for us?" It was my grandfather's voice. Relief flooded through me, so powerful that my knees nearly buckled. My grandparents were home early. Whatever strange thing I thought I'd seen was forgotten in the rush of comfort their return brought. I was halfway to the bedroom door when realization stopped me cold. My grandparents wouldn't be back until after 9 p.m. A quick glance at my phone showed it was only 8:15, and they wouldn't have forgotten their key. My grandmother was meticulously organized about such things, always checking her purse before leaving the house. Most importantly, I distinctly remembered watching my grandfather lock the door from the inside before they left, using the deadbolt that required a key from either side. He had then pocketed the key. "Damos?" the voice called again, slightly more insistent. "Please come down. We need to get inside." The voice was perfect, the exact timbre and accent of my grandfather. But something about it raised the hairs on the back of my neck. It was too perfect, like a recording played back rather than a natural voice with the tiny imperfections of human speech. I stood frozen in the middle of the room, heart pounding. "Damos, we know you're there." Come downstairs now." The voice had changed subtly, still recognizable as my grandfather, but with an underlying tone I'd never heard from him before. Demanding, cold, with a hint of something that didn't sound human at all. I backed away from the door, moving as quietly as possible. My mind raced through possibilities, none of them good. Either someone was impersonating my grandfather with uncanny accuracy, or something was very, very wrong. The voice called once more, dropping all pretense of familiarity. "Come down now." The sound that came from downstairs no longer resembled my grandfather. It was deep, guttural, with an odd echo, as if multiple voices were speaking simultaneously. The words themselves seemed to vibrate the floorboards beneath my feet. Terror gripped me completely now. Whatever was downstairs was not my grandfather. It wasn't human at all. I needed evidence. I needed help. Most of all, I needed someone to believe me when this was over. My hand shook as I reached for my backpack and pulled out my GoPro camera, a birthday present from my mother who thought it might encourage me to spend more time outdoors rather than on my computer. I had barely used it, but now I was grateful for its presence. Attaching it to the extension pole, I turned it on and made sure it was recording. The small red light blinked reassuringly, a tiny beacon of technology and rationality in a situation that made no sense. From downstairs, silence had fallen. No more calling of my name, no more demands to come down. The absence of sound was somehow more terrifying than the distorted voice had been. With the GoPro extended on its pole, I approached the bedroom door. My original plan was to open it slightly and position the camera to record the hallway and stairs, but as I reached for the doorknob, a new sound froze me in place. Something was coming up the stairs. The steps were slow, deliberate, and wrong, the rhythm irregular, as if the entity climbing them had an unusual gait or too many limbs. Each creak of the old wooden staircase marked its progress toward the second floor. I backed away from the door, GoPro still recording, and looked desperately around the room for an escape route. The window was the only option, but jumping from the second floor risked serious injury. Besides, whatever I had seen outside might still be there. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs and paused. Then, slowly, they began moving down the hallway toward my room. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but a strange clarity cut through the fear. If this was real, if some unknown entity was actually in my grandparents' house, I needed to document it. Not just for others to believe me, but to confirm to myself later that I hadn't imagined it all. I positioned myself in the corner farthest from the door, GoPro extended in front of me, and waited. The footsteps stopped outside my door. The hallway light, which I had left on earlier, suddenly went out, plunging the space beneath the door into darkness. The doorknob began to turn, slowly, silently. I held my breath, camera aimed steadily at the door despite my trembling arms. The door opened a crack, revealing nothing but darkness beyond. Then, gradually, it swung wider. The hallway should have been visible, but instead there was only an impenetrable blackness that seemed to absorb the light from my bedroom. Something moved in that darkness. I couldn't see it clearly, just a shifting, a redistribution of the shadows that suggested massive size and unnatural shape. The GoPro's small screen showed only static when pointed at the doorway, as if the technology itself couldn't process what was there. Then a long, impossibly thin appendage extended from the darkness into my room. Not a human arm, but something that resembled a branch or tentacle, matte black and jointed in too many places. It reached directly for the camera. What happened next occurred with terrifying speed. The appendage wrapped around the GoPro and yanked with tremendous force. The extension pole nearly pulled out of my grasp, but pure terror gave me strength I didn't know I possessed. I held on, pulling back with every ounce of my 36-kilogram frame. A strange, high-pitched sound emanated from the darkness. Not quite a shriek, not quite static, but something in between that hurt my ears and made my vision blur momentarily. The thing in the doorway pulled harder, dragging me forward across the wooden floor toward the open door. "No!" I screamed, bracing my feet against the floor. "Let go!" My voice seemed to have an unexpected effect. The pulling stopped for a split second, as if my human voice had startled the entity. In that brief moment of hesitation, I yanked back with all my might, twisting the pole to break its grip. The GoPro came free suddenly, sending me stumbling backward against the desk. The camera was intact, still recording, though the extension pole was deformed where the thing had gripped it. The plastic warped as if exposed to intense heat. In the doorway, the darkness seemed to contract, pulling back from the room. The appendage withdrew, and for a fleeting moment, I glimpsed something in the hallway. A towering silhouette that defied normal human proportions, its head nearly touching the ceiling, limbs too numerous and too long. Then it was gone. The hallway light flickered back on, revealing nothing but the empty corridor. The normal sounds of the house returned. The hum of the refrigerator downstairs, the ticking of the old grandfather clock in the hallway, the faint whisper of the heating system. I remained pressed against the desk, GoPro clutched to my chest, for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Every muscle in my body trembled from adrenaline and exertion. When nothing further happened, I finally gathered the courage to move. Keeping the camera pointed at the doorway, I sidled along the wall until I reached the landline phone on the nightstand. Without taking my eyes off the door, I dialed 911. "Emergency services, what's your situation?" The dispatcher's voice was calm, professional, and wonderfully normal. "There's someone or something in my grandparents' house," I whispered. "I'm alone and scared. Please send help." I gave the address and answered the dispatcher's questions as best I could, though I avoided describing exactly what I had seen. I knew it would sound crazy, that they might not take me seriously if I mentioned impossible heights and too many limbs. "Stay on the line with me, Damos," the dispatcher said. "Officers are on their way. They should be there in about 10 minutes. Is there somewhere safe you can hide until they arrive?" I glanced at the closet, then at the still open bedroom door. "I don't think so. It knows where I am." "Who knows where you are, Damos? Can you see the intruder?" I swallowed hard. "Not anymore, but it was just here. It tried to take my camera." "Officers are coming, Damos. Just stay calm and stay on the line." I clutched the phone like a lifeline, keeping my eyes fixed on the doorway and the GoPro ready in my other hand. The next 10 minutes were the longest of my life. The sound of sirens in the distance was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. The high-pitched wail grew gradually louder, announcing the approach of help, of rational adults who would make sense of what had happened. "The police are almost there, Damos," the dispatcher said. "Can you hear the sirens?" "Yes," I whispered, relief making my voice shake. "I can hear them. When they arrive, I want you to stay where you are until the officers call out to you. They'll identify themselves as police. Don't come down until they do, okay?" "Okay." I heard the police cruisers pull into the driveway, car doors slamming, and the crackle of radios. Flashlight beams swept across the yard, visible through my window. The blue and red lights from the police cars created a rhythmic pattern on the bedroom ceiling, strangely comforting in their normality and human origin. "Police, anyone in the house, identify yourself." A strong male voice called from downstairs. "I'm upstairs," I shouted, my voice cracking. "Second floor, first bedroom on the right." Heavy footsteps pounded up the stairs. Regular human footsteps with the accompanying jangling of equipment. 2 officers appeared in the doorway, flashlights sweeping the room before settling on me, huddled in the corner with the phone and camera. "Are you Damos?" one of the officers asked, holstering his weapon. I nodded, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. The officers conducted a thorough search of the house, room by room, closet by closet. They found no signs of an intruder, no evidence of forced entry. The doors and windows were all locked from the inside, just as my grandparents had left them. "Did you see who was in the house?" the first officer asked me once they had concluded their search. "Not clearly," I said, which wasn't exactly a lie. "It was dark, but I got some of it on my camera." I handed over the GoPro and the officer rewound the footage to view it on the small screen. His expression remained neutral as he watched, but I could tell something was wrong by the way his eyebrows drew together. "What is it?" I asked. He turned the screen toward me. "The footage is corrupted. There's just static during the time you said the intruder was here." I stared at the screen in disbelief. The video showed me setting up the camera, pointing it at the door, and then nothing but snow and distortion until several minutes later, when it cleared to show me on the phone with the dispatcher. "That's not possible," I whispered. "I recorded it. I saw it on the screen." The officer gave me a sympathetic look. "Technology isn't always reliable, son, especially in high-stress situations." Despite the lack of evidence, the officers took my statement seriously. One of them stayed with me while the other continued to patrol the property. They called my grandparents, who immediately left their event to rush home. By the time my grandparents arrived, pale-faced and worried, I had calmed down enough to tell a more rational version of events. I described hearing unusual noises and seeing a shadow outside that frightened me. I mentioned the voice that sounded like my grandfather, but avoided describing the impossible height or the strange appendage that had grabbed my camera. The police conducted a final sweep of the property before leaving, promising to patrol the area throughout the night. The officer who had viewed my footage gave me his card. "If you remember anything else or notice anything unusual, call me directly," he said quietly when my grandparents weren't listening. There was something in his eyes, not quite belief, but not dismissal either. He had seen something in that corrupted footage, something he wasn't acknowledging officially. The weeks following the incident passed in a blur of nightmares and whispered conversations. My grandparents, though they never said they believed my full account, were deeply disturbed by what had happened. They installed additional security lights, upgraded the locks, and never again left me alone in the house. But the measures weren't enough. Within 3 months, they had put the house on the market. When no buyers showed interest, they simply moved out, relocating to a modern apartment closer to town. The old Victorian house stands empty now, gradually deteriorating as seasons pass. Sometimes I drive by with my mother, now that I'm older. The sight of the boarded-up windows and overgrown yard fills me with a complicated mix of emotions. Nostalgia for the happy time spent there before that night, and a persistent dread that has never fully dissipated. I still have the GoPro, though I rarely use it. The footage from that night remains on the memory card, unwatched for years. The extension pole still bears the strange deformations where something gripped it, the only physical evidence that what happened was real. The police officer who gave me his card called once, about a week after the incident. He asked strange questions about the house's history, about whether my grandparents had experienced anything unusual during their years there. When I asked if he had found something in the corrupted footage, he hesitated before answering. "There was something," he said finally. "Probably just digital artifacts, distortion from the camera's processor, but it looked—" He never finished the sentence. I've researched extensively since then, trying to find rational explanations for what I experienced. The human mind is extraordinarily good at creating patterns from random stimuli, at transforming shadows into threats when primed by fear. Perhaps that's all it was, an 11-year-old boy with an imagination overstimulated by horror stories, alone in an old house full of normal creaks and shadows. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night and the house settles around me, I remember the perfect imitation of my grandfather's voice calling my name, and the impossible silhouette in the hallway. I remember the strength with which it pulled on the camera, and the way the footage corrupted precisely during the encounter. The old Victorian house remains empty. No one has lived there since my grandparents moved out. Local teenagers occasionally dare each other to approach it at night, but none have ever broken in. Something about the place repels even the most courageous thrill seekers. I drive by sometimes, always in daylight. From the safety of my car, I study the darkened windows and wonder what might still reside within those walls. I wonder if it's confined to that location or if, someday, I might hear that perfect imitation of a loved one's voice calling my name from the shadows. I still don't know what I encountered that night, whether it was something supernatural or simply the product of an overactive imagination combined with ordinary but misinterpreted events. What I do know is that true fear isn't about jump scares or gore. It's about the moment when reality shifts slightly, when something impossible intrudes into the normal world, and you realize how fragile our understanding of existence truly is. That's the kind of fear that never really leaves you. It just waits, patient as the darkness, for moments when your guard is down. The wilderness was supposed to heal me. That's what everyone says, right? Get away from it all. Reconnect with nature. Find yourself in the solitude. 3 months after my divorce finalized, I packed my Subaru with camping gear I hadn't touched in years and headed to the Cascades, chasing some vague notion of catharsis. I chose the most remote trailhead I could find on the map, one that required navigating unmarked Forest Service roads for the final 17 miles. The ranger at the station raised her eyebrows when I mentioned my destination. Blackwater Ridge? That's pretty isolated, she said, studying my city-soft appearance. Not many folks head out there these days. That's the appeal, I replied, signing the backcountry permit. How's the trail condition? She hesitated. Officially, open. Realistically, hasn't been maintained in years. We're understaffed. She pushed the permit across the counter. Make sure someone knows where you are and when you're coming back. I nodded, though there wasn't really anyone left to tell. My ex had taken our friends in the separation. My parents had moved to Arizona, and my coworkers would hardly notice my absence during a 2-week vacation. The drive to the trailhead took longer than expected. By the time I parked, afternoon shadows were lengthening across the small clearing that marked the trail entrance. A weathered wooden sign, its paint mostly flaked away, displayed a crude map of the area. I shouldered my pack and set off. The first few miles felt good, physically demanding but mentally soothing. The forest was dense here, old-growth pines and cedars creating a separate world beneath their canopy. Shafts of golden light pierced through gaps in the foliage, illuminating swirling motes of dust and pollen. The only sounds were my boots on the soft earth, my breathing, and the occasional calling of birds I couldn't identify. I'd planned to reach Jackson Lake by nightfall, but the overgrown trail slowed my progress considerably. As dusk settled, I realized I needed to make camp sooner than intended. I veered off trail toward a small clearing I'd spotted through the trees. The snap of a branch stopped me cold. It came from somewhere to my left, deeper in the woods. Not the light crack of a squirrel or rabbit, but the substantial sound of weight pressing down on dead wood. I peered into the gathering darkness between the trees, but saw nothing unusual. "Hello?" I called, immediately regretting breaking the silence. No response came, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I hurried to the clearing and set up my tent with practiced efficiency, though my hands trembled slightly. I told myself it was just fatigue. After a quick meal of dehydrated stroganoff, I crawled into my sleeping bag. The forest had grown unnervingly quiet. No insects chirping, no night birds calling, just the occasional whisper of wind through the canopy high above. Sleep came fitfully, interrupted by dreams of being followed. I jolted awake sometime in the dead of night, heart racing. Something had woken me, a sound just outside my tent. I held my breath, straining to hear. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footfalls circled my campsite, methodical and unhurried. Not a deer or elk. The rhythm was wrong, the stride too long. Each step was deliberate, pressing into the earth with purpose. I fumbled for my flashlight, but froze when a shadow passed across the tent wall, massive and bipedal. The footsteps stopped directly outside the thin nylon barrier. I could hear breathing now, deep and rumbling, like nothing I'd ever heard before. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours as I lay paralyzed, scarcely daring to breathe. Eventually, the footsteps resumed, growing fainter as whatever it was moved away. Dawn found me still wide-eyed and trembling. I broke camp in record time and abandoned my planned route, instead striking out in what I hoped was the direction of an old fire service road, marked on my map. If I could reach it by nightfall, I might be able to follow it back to civilization. The day grew hot and humid as I pushed through increasingly dense undergrowth. The trail had disappeared entirely now, forcing me to navigate by compass. By mid-afternoon, exhaustion and dehydration were taking their toll. That's when I spotted it through the trees, the unmistakable right angles of human construction. Not the fire road I'd been seeking, but something else entirely. A cabin, weathered and listing slightly, stood in a small clearing ahead. Relief flooded through me. Shelter, maybe water, perhaps even a radio or some means of communication. I approached cautiously, calling out, but received no answer. The cabin appeared long abandoned, its windows clouded with grime, its wooden steps sagging. As I reached for the door handle, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Pressed into the soft earth around the cabin were dozens of enormous bare footprints, each nearly twice the size of my own. The door creaked open with reluctant protest. I hesitated on the threshold, every instinct screaming for caution. But the alternative was another night in the tent with whatever had stalked my campsite. At least the cabin offered solid walls. "Hello?" I called again, my voice sounding small in the stillness. The interior was dim, with dust motes dancing in the thin beams of light filtering through filthy windows. The cabin consisted of one main room with a small kitchenette in one corner, and a door that presumably led to a bathroom. A stone fireplace dominated the far wall, and rustic furniture, a sagging couch, a wooden table with 2 chairs, filled the space. What caught my attention immediately were the walls. Every inch was covered with papers, newspaper clippings, hand-drawn maps, photographs, and pages filled with cramped handwriting. Red string connected certain items, creating a chaotic web that encircled the room. I approached one of the newspaper clippings, dated 1978. Search continues for missing hikers, 3rd disappearance this season. Another from 1993. Park rangers find abandoned campsite. Family of 4 vanishes without trace. My eyes moved to a photograph, grainy and overexposed, showing what appeared to be a tall, dark figure standing between distant trees. The image was blurry, but something about the proportions seemed wrong. Too tall, too broad. The handwritten pages contained frantic observations. Day 37. Heard it again last night, moving around the cabin, testing the doors. The sounds it makes aren't animal or human. Something in between. Day 42. Found another tree structure today, 20 feet high at least. Branches woven together too precisely to be natural. Similar to the others but larger. They're getting closer to the cabin. Day 49. It left something on the porch. A deer carcass. Not killed by normal predators. Limbs twisted off. Message clear. This could be me. I swallowed hard, mouth suddenly dry. A research station, perhaps? Some wildlife biologist's field notes? The alternative was too disturbing to consider. The light was fading outside as I continued exploring. In the kitchenette, I found canned goods that hadn't expired yet, suggesting the cabin hadn't been abandoned for long. The small bathroom contained a shower that, to my surprise, produced cold but clean water when I turned the handle. A generator hummed somewhere outside, still operational. Relief mingled with growing unease. The cabin offered shelter and supplies, but its former occupants' obsession was deeply unsettling. Had they been documenting something real, or was this the product of isolation-induced paranoia? As darkness fell, I struggled with my decision. Staying meant possible safety, but also meant I was surrounded by evidence of something stalking these woods. Leaving meant facing the night without protection. I opted to stay, securing the door with its heavy wooden bar and checking the windows. All were intact, though none had locks. I lit the oil lamps I'd found and heated one of the canned stews on the small propane stove. While eating, I continued examining the documentation on the walls. One section was dedicated to historical accounts, newspaper stories dating back to the 1800s, describing wild men of the woods and forest devils, Native American legends of stick Indians and other forest spirits, loggers' tales of mysterious screams in the night, and massive humanoid footprints found around their camps. Another section contained more recent reports: missing hikers, strange animal killings, unexplained sounds recorded by forestry workers, and dozens of plaster casts of footprints, each measuring over 15 inches in length, with unique dermal ridge patterns meticulously noted. The most disturbing section was the map. It covered the largest wall, showing the surrounding wilderness with hundreds of pins marking locations: red for disappearances, blue for sightings, yellow for structures, whatever those were, green for footprints. The pins clustered densely around the cabin's location. Below the map, a journal entry read, "They don't attack randomly. They're territorial and intelligent. They watch first. Learn patterns. They can mimic voices, lure you out. Don't trust what you hear outside. Don't leave after dark." Night had fully descended now. The forest outside had gone silent again. That same unsettling absence of natural sounds I'd noticed at my campsite. I extinguished all but one lamp and sat on the couch, my back to the wall, watching the windows and door. That's when I heard it. A heavy footfall on the porch outside. Then another. The old boards creaked under significant weight. Something scraped against the exterior wall, as if testing its strength. I held my breath, heart hammering against my ribs. The footsteps circled the cabin slowly, methodically, pausing at each window. A shadow passed across the glass, enormous and distinctly bipedal. Then came the sound that would haunt my dreams forever after. A low, rumbling vocalization that started as something akin to a growl but modulated into something else entirely. Something that raised the hair on my neck and sent ice through my veins. It was trying to speak. The vocalization outside morphed from guttural rumbles to something more structured. Not quite words, but unmistakably an attempt at communication. The cadence reminded me of questions, rising inflections at the end of each utterance. I remained frozen on the couch, afraid that any movement might provoke whatever stalked outside. The windows rattled as something pressed against them, testing their strength. Shadow-obscured eyes peered in, searching. When it reached the front window, our gazes met. I'd expected animal eyes, perhaps the reflected amber glow of a bear or cougar. What I saw instead were unmistakably human-like eyes, dark and intelligent, set in a face partially obscured by the window's grime and the darkness beyond. They widened slightly upon seeing me, and the creature retreated from view. The footsteps returned to the door. The heavy wooden bar across it shuddered as something pushed from outside. Then came 3 distinct knocks, deliberate, controlled, intelligent. My mind raced through the implications. This wasn't random animal behavior. This was purposeful. The creature knew what doors were for. It was requesting entry. "I'm not opening the door," I called out, voice cracking. The knocking stopped. For several long moments, nothing happened. Then came a sound from directly above, heavy movement across the cabin's roof. Something large was climbing on top of the structure. I scanned the ceiling in panic, looking for potential entry points. The stone chimney was the obvious concern, but its narrow flue would prevent anything larger than a raccoon from entering. Still, I moved to the fireplace, ready to fend off any attempt. A scratching sound from above shifted to the rear of the cabin. I heard a metallic groan, followed by a crash. The generator outside sputtered and died, plunging the cabin into darkness save for my single oil lamp. "Shit," I whispered, fumbling for my backpack where I kept a flashlight. The darkness outside now matched the darkness within, neutralizing whatever advantage the cabin's walls had provided. I could no longer see if something was peering in, could no longer track the creature's movements. I retreated to the corner farthest from windows and doors, lamp in one hand, hunting knife in the other. The knife was meant for field dressing game, not self-defense, but it was all I had. Hours passed in tense silence. Occasionally I heard movement outside, branches snapping, leaves rustling, but always at a distance, as if the creature was patrolling the perimeter. The methodical nature of the sounds suggested intelligence and patience. Around 3 a.m., a new sound emerged from the forest, a long, mournful call that began as a deep bellow before rising to a wailing pitch that raised goosebumps along my arms. The sound echoed through the trees, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere. Minutes later, an answering call came from the opposite direction. Then another, more distant still. There were more of them out there. The realization hit me with nauseating force. I wasn't dealing with a lone predator or territorial animal. This was communication between multiple individuals. Dawn couldn't come fast enough. As the first gray light filtered through the windows, the sounds outside retreated. By full daylight, the forest had returned to normal. Birds singing, insects buzzing, as if the night's events had been merely a nightmare. I used the respite to thoroughly explore the cabin, searching for anything that might help me understand what I was facing or aid in my survival. In a trunk beneath the bed, I found the jackpot, the missing researcher's field journal. The entries began professionally enough, documenting a self-funded research expedition to study reported Sasquatch activity in the region. The writer, Dr. Alan Marshall, according to the journal's inside cover, had been a zoologist specializing in primate behavior before dedicating himself to cryptozoology. His early entries were systematic and skeptical, evaluating purported evidence, setting camera traps, collecting environmental samples. But around 2 months in, the tone shifted dramatically. March 12th, first direct observation today. Subject approximately 9 feet tall, bipedal, covered in dark reddish-brown hair. Not a bear on hind legs as skeptics claim. Movement unmistakably hominid. Observed for 7 minutes before it detected my presence. Did not flee immediately. Instead maintained eye contact for 30 seconds before retreating. Intelligence evident. March 20th. They're aware of me now. Found all my camera traps disassembled. Not destroyed, but carefully taken apart and components arranged in piles. Message clear. We know what you're doing. April 3rd. Communication attempt today. Subject approached to within 50 yards. Performed series of gestures and vocalizations, attempting to learn basic patterns. They understand mimicry. Responded when I repeated vocalizations. The entries continued, documenting increasing contact with what Marshall called the clan, a group of at least 7 individuals with distinct social hierarchy and communication patterns. He'd progressed to rudimentary communication with them through vocalizations and gestures. Then came the disturbing shift, May 17th. They want something from me. Alpha male left forest offerings on porch again, flowering plants arranged in patterns, unusual stones, attempting to decipher meaning. May 25th. I understand now. They're losing territory. Logging operation 5 miles west, driving them toward populated areas. They want intervention. How can I explain I have no power to stop it? The final entry, dated just 2 weeks ago, June 2nd. They're coming tonight. I've failed to make them understand. The offerings have stopped. Found warning signs instead. Broken saplings pointing toward cabin, animal remains arranged in patterns. Classic territorial display. I should leave, but my research is too important. Humanity needs to know they exist. I'll try one more communication attempt. If unsuccessful, we'll retreat to Ranger Station tomorrow. The journal ended there. No sign of what happened to Marshall, just an ominous silence. I looked back at the walls, at the years of documentation, at the evidence of something remarkable and terrifying living in these woods. Outside, a branch snapped, then another. Something was approaching the cabin in broad daylight. I moved to the window, cautiously peering out. There, at the forest's edge, stood what I could only describe as a nightmare made flesh. Standing just within the tree line, partially obscured by foliage, was a figure that defied everything I thought I knew about North American wildlife. It stood upright, bipedal, its height difficult to gauge at this distance, but clearly massive, at least 8 feet tall. Dark reddish-brown hair covered its body, longer around the shoulders and shorter on the face, which appeared startlingly flat-featured except for a pronounced brow ridge. Most unsettling were its eyes, deep-set, dark, and undeniably intelligent. It was watching me watch it, an awareness in its gaze that transcended animal curiosity. This was assessment, calculation, decision-making. I remained frozen at the window, breath fogging the glass. Neither of us moved for what felt like eternity, but was likely only minutes. Finally, the creature deliberately raised one massive hand, palm forward. Not a threatening gesture, but one unmistakably meant to communicate. Then it retreated into the forest, melting between the trees with shocking grace for something so large. Within seconds, it had vanished completely, leaving me to question if I'd actually seen it at all. My hands shook as I returned to Marshall's journal, flipping through the pages with newfound urgency. I needed to understand what I was dealing with. The researcher's notes described a complex social structure among what he called the clan, a group with distinct individuals, hierarchies, and communication patterns. According to Marshall, they weren't the mindless beasts of campfire tales, but intelligent hominids with culture, language, and territorial boundaries. His notes documented observed behaviors, tree structures used as territorial markers, complex vocalizations with apparent syntactical patterns, gift-leaving as communication, and most disturbing, strategic intimidation of humans who ventured too deep into their territory. Marshall believed they deliberately cultivated their mystique, the sightings rare enough to be dismissed as legend, the evidence scant enough to be explained away by skeptics. They were, in his assessment, actively avoiding human documentation, until something changed. The logging operation Marshall mentioned had apparently pushed them into conflict with humans. They'd sought him out not as prey, but as potential intermediary, a human who might understand them, who might help. And when he couldn't, they'd... What? The journal ended without explanation. Marshall had vanished, leaving everything behind. Had they killed him, driven him away, or something else entirely? I spent the rest of the daylight hours preparing for nightfall. I repaired the generator best I could, restored power to the cabin, and took inventory of supplies. There was enough food for perhaps a week if I rationed carefully. The water still worked, drawing from what I assumed was a nearby spring. Most importantly, I formulated a plan. The nearest ranger station was a 2-day hike according to my map, assuming I could find and follow the old fire road. But attempting to leave meant exposing myself in territory they clearly considered their own. The cabin, for all its isolation, offered security and shelter. I decided to wait one more day, to observe their patterns and behaviors from safety before attempting to leave. If Marshall's notes were accurate, they were most active at dawn and dusk. My best chance would be to leave midday when they typically retreated deeper into the forest. As evening approached, I secured the cabin, barricading the door and windows as best I could. I positioned myself in the main room with clear sight lines to all potential entry points, Marshall's journal and my knife close at hand. Darkness fell, and with it came the silence. That same unnatural hush that had preceded previous encounters. The forest itself seemed to be holding its breath in anticipation. The first indication they had returned was a subtle vibration, almost imperceptible but growing stronger. Rhythmic impacts on the earth outside, like coordinated footfalls circling the cabin. Not just one set, but many moving in concert. Then came the vocalizations, complex exchanges between multiple individuals. Some were the deep, rumbling calls I'd heard before, while others were higher-pitched, almost song-like. They were communicating with each other, discussing strategy, perhaps. I recalled Marshall's notes. They use sound to disorient and intimidate. Multiple individuals will call from different directions, creating auditory confusion for the target. Classic predator tactic, but executed with disturbing intelligence. The sounds converged on the cabin from all directions. I turned slowly in place, tracking the movement outside. They were coordinating, positioning themselves around the structure. Something scraped against the rear wall, claws or fingers dragging across wood. Another sound at the roof, weight shifting the ancient timbers. A shadow passed across the window to my left, then another to my right. They were testing the perimeter, probing for weaknesses. A sharp crack from the back of the cabin made me jump. I spun toward the sound, knife raised. Something had broken, wood splintering under force. Another crack followed, then a crash as something gave way entirely. Cold night air rushed in from the storage room at the cabin's rear. They had breached the outer wall. I backed toward the front door, weighing impossible options. Stay and face whatever was breaking in, or flee into darkness where others surely waited. Before I could decide, the power failed again. The lights died, plunging me into absolute darkness. I fumbled for my flashlight, found it, clicked it on. The beam illuminated the massive figure now standing in the doorway between the main room and the storage area. It stood fully upright, its head nearly touching the ceiling. Broad shoulders filled the frame, powerful arms hanging at its sides. The face was partially shadowed, but I could make out those same intelligent eyes from the forest, now fixed directly on me. It took a step forward, floorboards creaking under its weight. I raised my knife, knowing it was futile. The creature stopped, tilted its head slightly, studying me. Then slowly, deliberately, it extended one massive hand, palm up. In its center lay a small object that gleamed in my flashlight beam. Dr. Marshall's voice recorder. The creature's stance remained non-threatening, powerful arm extended with the voice recorder resting in its massive palm. Its breathing was deep and rhythmic, a rumbling sound that filled the cabin. Those intelligent eyes never left mine, watching, assessing. Every instinct screamed to run, but rationality kept me rooted in place. If it wanted to harm me, it could have done so already. This deliberate approach, this offering, suggested something else entirely. With trembling fingers, I reached for the device, half expecting the creature to lunge. It remained perfectly still as I plucked the recorder from its palm. Only then did it retreat one step, giving me space. A calculated move, showing awareness of human comfort zones, demonstrating intelligence and restraint. I examined the recorder, a standard digital model with a small screen showing several saved audio files. The most recent was dated the day after Marshall's final journal entry. Heart pounding, I pressed play. Marshall's voice emerged, strained and urgent. "If you're hearing this, you've found my cabin. I need you to understand what's happening here. They're not what we thought. Not mindless beasts. Not monsters." Background noises interrupted, heavy breathing, rustling movement. The recording continued. "They brought me here, to their... I don't know what to call it. Not a village, exactly. A gathering place. There are structures, tools, evidence of culture. They're showing me deliberately, wanting me to document. More background noise then. The logging company moved into the Western Valley 3 months ago. It's driving them from ancestral territory, forcing them closer to human settlements. They need an advocate, someone to speak for them. That's why they've been allowing themselves to be seen more frequently. A desperate measure from a species that's survived by staying hidden. Marshall's voice dropped to a whisper. "I'm recording multiple files explaining what I've learned, their language, behavior patterns, social structure, evidence that could prove their existence. They understand what I'm doing. They're cooperating." The recording ended abruptly. I looked up at the creature, still watching me intently from the doorway. Its massive finger pointed toward the recorder again, indicating more files. I played the next one. Territorial boundaries are marked with elaborate stick structures. They communicate location, resources, warnings through these markers. Different designs have different meanings. They're a sophisticated form of writing, essentially. Another file. Social structure is complex. Extended family groups with clear hierarchy. Evidence of knowledge transmission between generations. Tool use observed repeatedly. Not just found objects, but modified implements for specific purposes. File after file detailed Marshall's observations and discoveries. The creatures, Sasquatch, Bigfoot, whatever name humans had given them, were not the mindless beasts of legend, but intelligent hominids with culture, communication, and community. The final recording was different. Marshall's voice was tense, frightened. "They've shown me something disturbing. The logging company isn't just clearing trees, they're developing the land. Plans for a resort complex. It would destroy the clan's core territory, drive them out completely. The clan is divided on how to respond. Some advocate retreat deeper into wilderness. Others suggest more aggressive territorial defense. I'm trying to mediate, to find another solution. If I can get evidence to the environmental authorities." The recording cut off mid-sentence. I looked up at the creature, understanding dawning. "Marshall," I said quietly, "where is he?" The creature made a series of gestures, pointing deeper into the forest, then making a sweeping motion with its arm. "He left," I guessed. A slow blink, affirmation. "And you brought me his recordings. You want me to continue his work?" Another blink. "Why me?" The creature tilted its head, studying me. Then it gestured toward the wall covered with Marshall's research, toward the maps showing the territory and the encroaching development. I understood then. It wasn't random that I'd found this cabin. They had been watching me since I entered their territory. Had perhaps even herded me here, away from my planned route. I was being recruited. "I don't know if I can help," I said honestly. "I'm not a scientist. I don't have influence or connections." The creature made a rumbling sound deep in its chest, not threatening but insistent. It gestured again to the recorder in my hand. I played through the files again, listening more carefully. Marshall had documented not just observations, but action plans, contacts in environmental agencies, journalism connections, legal strategies for blocking the development on endangered species grounds. The creature waited patiently as I absorbed the information. When I looked up again, it had moved slightly further into the room. In the improved light, I could see its features more clearly: the heavy brow ridge, the wide nose, the surprisingly expressive face. Female, I realized, noting the proportions and facial structure matching Marshall's descriptions of sexual dimorphism in the species. She was trusting me with her presence, making herself vulnerable by entering this human space. The significance wasn't lost on me. "If I agree to help," I said slowly, "to take Marshall's research and try to stop the development, would you let me leave safely?" She made a gesture, arm extended toward the door, path cleared. "And the others, your family, they'll let me go too?" She made a series of vocalizations, deep, resonant sounds that carried through the walls of the cabin. Answering calls came from outside, higher and lower pitches responding in kind. Then she stepped aside completely, clearing my path to the door. I gathered Marshall's journal, the recorder, and as much of his research as I could fit in my pack. The creature watched silently as I prepared to leave, her expression unreadable but her eyes never leaving mine. As I reached the door, I hesitated. "Do you have a name, something I can call you?" She made a sound, a complex vocalization I couldn't possibly reproduce. "I'll call you Silva," I said. "From the forest." She blinked slowly again. Acceptance. I unbarred the door and stepped out into the night. The forest beyond was filled with shadows, some of which I now knew were not merely trees. Eyes reflected my flashlight beam from multiple directions, the rest of the clan watching. Silva emerged behind me, standing tall in the doorway. She made a gesture toward the old fire road visible in the moonlight, then pointed southeast. The way out. I nodded my understanding and took my first steps away from the cabin, Marshall's research heavy in my pack and heavier still in my mind. Behind me, Silva called out once more, a sound that seemed to carry a message, even though I couldn't understand the language. It felt like a farewell, or perhaps a warning. As I walked the moonlit path, the forest whispered around me. I knew they were following, watching, escorting me to the edge of their territory, guaranteeing my safety in exchange for my promise. I had entered these woods seeking escape from my broken life. I would leave them carrying a burden and purpose I never expected. The truth about what lived in these forests had found me. Now I had to make the world believe. The hike out was surreal. I moved through the dark forest with my flashlight beam illuminating the path ahead, constantly aware of movement in my peripheral vision. They were escorting me, never directly visible, but unmistakably present. Occasionally, branches would snap or foliage would rustle, reminding me of my silent guardians. By dawn, I reached the fire road. The dirt track was overgrown but navigable, clearly leading back toward civilization. As the sun rose higher, the sense of being watched gradually diminished. At some invisible boundary, they had stopped following. I was leaving their territory. The journey back to my car was arduous but uneventful. My mind raced with everything I'd experienced, everything I'd learned. Marshall's research, secured in my backpack, felt like both treasure and burden. 2 days later, I emerged from the wilderness, haggard and exhausted but determined. The ranger station appeared deserted when I arrived, but a truck was parked outside. I knocked urgently on the door. A different ranger than the one who'd issued my permit answered, eyebrows rising at my disheveled appearance. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, ushering me inside. "Not a ghost," I replied. "Something much more real." Over the next few hours, I told her everything. Finding the cabin, discovering Marshall's research, the encounter with Silva and her clan. I showed her the journal, played the recordings, spread out the maps detailing the clan's territory and the planned development. Her skepticism gradually gave way to stunned silence as the evidence mounted. When I finished, she sat back in her chair, running a hand through her hair. "Dr. Marshall was well known in certain circles," she said finally. "Respected before he went all in on cryptozoology. His disappearance caused some concern, but most assumed he'd simply gone deeper into the backcountry." "He did," I said, "just not willingly at first." She nodded slowly. "Even with these recordings, these notes, it's going to be almost impossible to convince people. You understand that, right? Decades of hoaxes and false claims have poisoned the well. I know, but the development is real. The environmental impact is real. We don't need people to believe in Sasquatch to stop the logging and construction. We just need to use the right legal mechanisms." "We?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "I made a promise," I said simply. Over the following weeks, that promise consumed me. I worked with the ranger, Karen, to compile Marshall's research into actionable evidence. We focused on the environmental impact angles, documenting the unique ecosystem of the region and identifying several legitimately endangered species whose habitats would be destroyed. We contacted environmental advocacy groups, carefully excluding the more fantastic elements of our discovery. We leaked information about the development plans to local media, stirring community opposition. We filed challenges with regulatory agencies, forcing impact studies that would delay construction. All the while, I kept Marshall's true discoveries close. The recordings, the journal, the evidence of an undocumented intelligent species living in our forests. These remained secure, waiting for the right moment, the right audience. 3 months after my encounter in the woods, I returned to the edge of the territory. Not all the way to the cabin, but to a meadow that Marshall had marked as a neutral ground, a place where contact had occurred before. I came alone, against Karen's strenuous objections. I brought news. The development had been temporarily halted pending further environmental review. Our coalition had won the first battle, though the war was far from over. As dusk fell, I waited in the meadow, wondering if anyone would come. Hours passed with nothing but normal forest sounds surrounding me. Perhaps they weren't here anymore. Perhaps they'd moved on when their territory was threatened. Then, just as I was about to leave, I heard it. That distinctive, low vocalization that had haunted my dreams for months. I turned toward the sound. Silva stood at the forest's edge, taller and more imposing than I remembered. She wasn't alone this time. A smaller figure stood beside her, juvenile, watching me with curious eyes. I approached slowly, hands visible, unthreatening. When I reached speaking distance, I stopped. The development is delayed, I said, knowing she could understand even if she couldn't respond in kind. We're fighting it, using the legal system, environmental regulations. It's working so far. Silva made a gesture, head tilted, questioning. I haven't told anyone about you, I assured her. Not the whole truth, just enough to protect the forest. Your secret is safe. She studied me for a long moment, those intelligent eyes seeming to look through me rather than at me. Then she made a sound, not the complex language she used with her kind, but something simpler, crafted for my benefit. It sounded remarkably like good. The juvenile beside her watched me with undisguised curiosity. Future generations, I realized. I was working to protect their future as much as the present clan. Silva made another gesture, a hand extended toward me, then sweeping back toward the forest. An invitation. I hesitated only briefly before nodding. Yes, I said. I want to learn more. As I followed them into the gathering darkness, I reflected on how thoroughly my life had changed. 3 months ago, I'd come to these woods broken and alone, seeking solitude to heal my wounds. Instead, I'd found purpose, connection, a cause greater than myself, and perhaps most incredibly, the truth behind one of humanity's oldest legends. The forest closed around us as we walked, 3 bipedal figures moving through ancient trees. 1 human, 2 not quite, but all sharing this planet, this ecosystem, this moment in time. Behind us, the mists swallowed our footprints. Mine narrow and defined, theirs massive and primal. Evidence of our passage would fade, just as it had for centuries. The world wasn't ready for the whole truth yet, but I was, and I would keep my promise to those who had chosen to reveal themselves to me. In the deepening twilight, I followed Silva deeper into her world, leaving mine behind, at least for now. The truth about what lived in these forests had found me, and I had found my purpose in protecting it. Some secrets I'd learned were worth keeping, and some truths changed everything. As night fell completely, the forest came alive with sounds, not the random chaos of wilderness, but the complex communication of an intelligent species that had evaded human documentation for millennia. I listened and began to learn.